You want to ask for a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make it.
We have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, brick block building, we talked about it last month, or I guess a couple weeks ago at the board meeting. We left that session thinking that we would engage the DEC and engage the EPA to see if there were any assistance or funding that they could provide us towards this project. After engaging with the DEC, it was pretty clear cut that there were no funds available, but they would certainly be available to help oversee EPA. And actually, we've retained an attorney over the years, Gary Bowich, who's helped us with some environmental issues. And Gary's got good relationships with the EPA, and Joan can provide some insight there.
Yeah, so we asked Gary to contact the powers that be that he knows at the EPA, and to also contact the DEC, to have the DEC make a request to the EPA to take a look at this building again, even though they looked at it a number of years ago and didn't want to get involved. The indication yesterday from Gary was that the letter was sent by DEC to EPA. They will come and take a look and give us a general assessment. We're asking for them to at least fence the property, because people are actually going in there and taking out these bricks, which could be contaminated. So we are asking them to at least do that. We are looking at the possibility of working with the village and the town to decide on a certified entity that could remove the bricks, and assessing what that cost is going to be. The City of Rome actually has a unit that does environmental cleanups. I contacted them through the mayor of the village, actually. They don't really do anything outside of the Oneida County, but I do have a call into the mayor to see whether or not we can do some kind of shared agreement to get them to come in and help us do the cleanup, if that's the way to go. So we don't have anything concrete yet. We should have something within the middle of the next few weeks, and I'll email all the board to let them know what the date is, so we know what additional steps and what kind of cost this is going to be. But it's probably going to be pretty, if we have to remove everything. So that's the update. Not much new, but we're trying to push some people to do some things.
Thank you. Anybody have questions?
I've got a question, I'm sure it's not a good one. Is there any such thing as any kind of insurance coverage for any of that for the county?
No.
If there were insurance, we did pass a local law that would allow us to capture that insurance revenue to help towards cleanup. But, well, Bob's been working on the fire investigation. I don't think there was any insurance, so. No. So there you go.
You got more?
Nope, that's all for that.
Does anybody else got questions? Okay. Yes, well, excuse me, go ahead and move on to emergency management. Bob McKenzie for 10 minutes to bring us up to date.
If I may, I'm going to take my mask off just so people can hear me better, so I'm not muffled. I will make sure I'm 6 feet away from everybody at all times. So Brian had asked that I do a little update on what emergency management's done during this entire COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to start with the Office of Emergency Management. Does this work? It doesn't.
But use the side ones.
Side one.
Look at it.
Surprise.
Here, come over, stand by me.
Stand by you.
Oh, we-
Oh, look at
Right.
it, it's right here.
Okay, I'll try to stay in this 3-foot circumference right here. I'm a little close. No, we're still 6 feet. We're good. So let's start with what emergency management is. Some people are familiar. All of you should be familiar with what emergency management is. It's exactly just what it sounds like. We manage emergencies. We assist towns and villages in their critical time of need. Oftentimes they're overwhelmed with what's going on with any particular given event. This happens to be the village of Port Lyon. This is North Street when it blew out after a significant rainstorm. This was an overwhelming event. What do we do with all the people? What do we do with the debris? How do we handle all this? And we assisted them in the ability to remedy the issues with it and then help them move on from there. This is our emergency operations center. Should we get a significant storm in the area, this is where everybody's going to congregate and try to establish what needs to get done and prioritize what needs to get done. The Emergency Operations Center also doubles as the break room for the Sheriff's Department, and it is microscopic in comparison to all other emergency management facilities within towns or within counties in Lewis County or in New York State.
Just a note on that, it was a complicated thing in the beginning days of the pandemic because everybody's automatic training is we need to set up an emergency operations center. But during a pandemic, the last thing you want to do is put all of your department head people in one tiny room all day long.
Exactly
So
right.
Bob was pretty creative on that front.
Yeah. Also, just a side note, where's the, does this have a laser? No laser. Just a side note, everything you see right there, including the tables, chairs, even the coffee maker you don't see there was purchased with grant monies. That's not local tax monies that bought on any of that stuff. That's all Homeland Security grant monies right there. The TVs, the screen, the projector, table, etc. All the computers in the office, even the truck I drive was bought with Homeland Security money, not local tax dollars. So we also do fire coordination in the office as well. Anytime that there's more than 2 agencies sent to any given fire scene, the fire coordinators get called. I do have 5 additional fire coordinators in the county, and they're all volunteers other than myself. We also assist with the investigation, clearly as we just heard from the brick block fire. Also do EMS coordination out there as well. I'm still the EMS coordinator. I do have, at this time, there's 3 additional EMS coordinators within Lewis County. However, they are all volunteers as well. So during the day and a lot of times at night, I will respond to them as well. So let's get back to where we initially came for, which was the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. What have we been doing in the office during the past year? We have recognized that this has almost become a biannual event. We drill for this, we talk about this, we discuss this with public health. Over the years, we've had avian flu, swine flu, MERS, Ebola. Any of this starting to sound familiar to you? Pretty much year after year, something is in the news and talked about for potential pandemic. So back in 2008, actually it was 2007, prior to the avian bird flu coming off of SARS, they decided that perhaps we should have a pandemic flu committee or a pandemic committee of some way, shape, or form located within Lewis County. So the emergency management and the EMS coordinator's office combined forces, and they created a team. This is the original Lewis County Pandemic Disaster Preparedness Response Committee. And if you see on there, there's some pretty old names on there. John Herman was the coroner at the time. John Luke was the sheriff, and Chairman Bush was acting for the Board of Legislators. As we come down, you can see Kathy Millard, David Wood, John Ingham was the director at Lewis County Public Health at the time. So this is a pretty old plan. But this group of forward-thinking individuals decided that we probably ought to be looking at this pandemic thing long before it became a pandemic. So the result of that was what we had today, which is the 2020 Pandemic Flu Committee. Some familiar faces in there, isn't there? Even one that's already decided to retire. Had enough of that. So that's our Pandemic Flu Committee for 2020. This dedicated group of individuals initially met in person, bad idea, and then we decided to move on to virtual meetings. Through open lines of communication and discussion, we started moving masks out into the general public, and this is the timeline for that. So we did have a stock of masks in the storeroom, as well as N95s and various other type of protective gear. This was a result of that 2007 pandemic flu committee that formed way back. They were forward thinking enough to request $10,000 from the board of legislators at the time to be able to purchase this stuff and be able to put it in a storeroom. This cache of items really did posture us well for the response to this pandemic that we had. When we first initially met with this group of people right here, everybody was a little on edge and kind of scared as to what exactly we were going to do and how exactly we were going to handle this. Because the masks that you see on their face weren't even thought of at that particular time. They said that medical masks and surgical masks were the only thing that were going to prevent the transmission from person to person. Well, clearly the directives changed over the years, or over the months of the pandemic. So when we decided that we should probably get some masks out to the general public, we didn't have to go purchase them. We already had them readily available, and they were immediately deployed to OFA. They received 600 for the elderly, and they were deployed on 322 of 20. I really believe that the masks that we sent out in the community at that point in time were probably one of the best things we probably could, or that we could have done. And I really, really sincerely think that it helped slow the transmission of this particular pandemic that we had, or that we currently still have, I should say. So at that time, shortly after that, the state decided they were going to push out some masks. So anything in red was something that was given to us by the state. Everything in black is something that we put out to the general public. So the state finally decided in April that maybe we ought to assist some of these towns, villages, and communities. So they pushed to us 5,100 masks. All of those masks went to the hospital, because the hospital was even having a hard time getting masks at that point in time. You got to remember, when this thing kicked off, every single available mask was sucked up by all of these major hospitals and institutions throughout New York State, and actually throughout the United States. So there was a national shortage of these masks. A lot of the state governments purchased these things right up front and stuck them inside warehouses. So getting them was rather difficult. So we had the ability, when we got these state pushes, to be able just to give it to the hospital to make sure that they had enough to be able to cover the faces of the people that were actually treating these patients. We reached out to Kraft at that time, and we gifted them 1,500 masks. Why did we do that for a business? Because it's one of the largest businesses in Lewis County. And if we lose them, and if they get a lot of people within their organization that get sick, they shut down operations. That has a trickle-down effect on the farms. That has a trickle-down effect on trucking. All of these things are going to be affected, so it's pretty darn important we keep them in business. Shortly after that, the state did another push of 8,000 masks, and all of those went to the mask. That was a mix of just simple face masks. So we started deploying all of these right from the start. Towns, villages, and first responders, all of the people, or all the masks that we pushed out. We pushed out a total of 16,825 masks. We still have 3,065 right now. And we're still purchasing too. So for N95s, we started out with 5,520 N95 masks. That was what we had sitting in a storeroom before this thing even kicked off. So it was forward thinking by a group of individuals long before my time, and I actually was involved in that committee back in 2007. They needed somebody to be able to facilitate transport of this stuff. I come from the trucking industry. I had the availability of getting trucks, and I had relationships built up there. So I was actually a part of this committee back in 2007. And we had the ability to push these things right out. We distributed 1,476 to first responders and 560 to home health services. Those are home health services that range from local folks in in Lewis County, all the way down to Utica, all the way out to Syracuse. If anybody did any type of home services within Lewis County, we made sure that they had the masks that they needed to be able to keep the Lewis County residents safe. Total to date, 3,484 N95 masks have been distributed. Businesses and medical offices have also received these as well. And when I say business and medical offices, I'm talking the smaller offices. Dr. Gellard's over here, for example. Those other types of offices. When they went to go buy them, they didn't have the ability to go get them because they've all been bought up. These things skyrocketed. They were 99 cents a piece. Now they're anywhere from $4 to $7.95 per mask, not per box. So you can see that there was a significant increase in this. They say there was no price gouging during this. I don't exactly agree with that. KN95s are a smaller type of mask that was, it's actually a Chinese knockoff of our N95s. They do function well, and they were actually approved by the State Department of Health. We received 200 from Office of General Services and local donations as well. Donations were a really, really big part of our ability to maintain stock levels for a lot of these items. Cloth masks. Otis had a donation of 27,000 masks. They wanted to be able to put a mask on every single citizen within Lewis County. Some took it, some didn't, but we had the ability to do that. The state pushed out 9,500 of these masks, and to date, 17,666 cloth masks have been distributed out of the office. Amish have received masks as well, and yes, they're wearing them. We immediately engaged with Cornell Cooperative Extension, and we were transparent on everything. We put it right out there up front. This is what's going on. This is the potential hazards of this, and this is why we're doing this. Having those relationships built up and being completely transparent with them has developed a significant trust. And we were going out, we were quarantining the Amish, and I was actually driving to their residence and knocking on their doors because you can't exactly pick up a phone and call them to quarantine them. So I was handling that as well. All schools, before they opened, back in June, we were talking about this, about opening up schools. So we made sure that we got census from every single school, every single student, every single teacher, every single bus driver, ancillary staff, etc. We made sure that they had masks available for every single person there. Everybody should have had a mask, but nevertheless, we wanted to make sure that they had the ability to do that. We had handouts by county staffs and municipal and civic groups as well that we were able to provide these masks to. That's where a lot of them went. Coveralls. To date, 272 coveralls have been sent out to first responders. Every single time an ambulance rolls to a COVID-19 positive call or a potential COVID-19 positive call, they have to wear some type of protective gear. So coveralls is what we had available to us. No, we didn't have those sitting in our storeroom. We actually took those from a cache that we had from our hazardous materials team. We had 7,000 coveralls available sitting in the boxes up at the office for our hazardous materials team. They're going to age out anyway. I have to replace them and rotate them. So let's get them out there and get them used. So we utilized our resources to the best of our ability. 145 gowns were given to school nurses and first responders as well. School nurses got them because they were actually doing COVID testing, or they had the ability to do COVID testing for students as well. We facilitated the training for that as well. To date, thermometers, there's been 142 thermometers given out to clinics, schools, first responders. And it says state instructors on there. In order for us to resume firefighter training, we had to have the ability for the state fire instructors to have these thermometers in their hand. So yes, we had to give them to them. Various other county agencies have received them as well. Hand sanitizer. Matt and his crew did an outstanding job of being able to move hand sanitizers within Lewis County to all the agencies. All of those came out of the office. To date, 584 gallons have been distributed. On hand right now, at this very moment, we got 121 gallons sitting in the upper garage up there. Half-ounce bottles, about 1,000 of them. 2-ounce bottles, 4,285 have been distributed. And on hand, those 2-ounce bottles, we got 315 sitting there ready to go. Half-ounce bottles were donated from Rome Federal Teachers Credit Union, and they came out of Otis Technology. Otis Technology also owns a distillery, and they purchased those, and they had to buy 1,000 of them. They wanted 200 for their people. They donated 800 back to the first responders within Lewis County. Otis also matched that and gave an additional $3,000 to 3,000 bottles to the fire department agencies within Lewis County. Gloves. We distributed 166 cases of gloves, totaling 8,300 gloves. That went to school nurses, DMV, the sheriff's office, probation, naturally Lewis. Gloves, fun fact, they were about $7 a box. Now they're about $30 to $46 a box, and you get 50 in a box. No price gouging going on, right? Eye shields. We got 80 of them initially donated from BOCES. We didn't have eye shields. We weren't even sure if this was going to be a thing. Lo and behold, Department of Health said it's got to be a thing. So we didn't have them, and of course they all got bought up. So BOCES had 80 of them that they donated, and then there was 90 donated by the Southern Lewis County school students. There's a group of students that actually went and they got 3D printers, and they actually made eye shields, full face shields, for the first responders within Lewis County. Total of 180 of those were distributed. They don't get thrown away. They actually get washed and reused. So they're actually, some of the donated ones are still on ambulances today. They went out to school nurses and first responders. We gave 50 to public health and 50 to Lewis County General Hospital as well. Total donation from Otis just recently, it was a couple weeks ago. They reached out to us and they said, what do you need? And I said, I need everything, and I'll take whatever you'll give us. So they gave us 20,000 3-ply masks, which are the simple face masks. They gave us 4,050 face shields. They actually tooled up their facility as well to start manufacturing these things. 4,000 eye shields and 504 safety goggles. All this was picked up on April 6th. And it was a really, really good interaction we had, and it's truly it's a wonderful thing that we have this this facility within Lewis County that's able to adapt and change directions quickly. Recent purchases through the office, 870 N95s. We piggybacked on an order from the hospital, and we made sure that we got at least some more N95s put in place because this thing isn't over with yet. Got an additional 6 cases of gloves that we ordered, and we got gowns and coveralls that are going to be ordered by the end of the month. Once again, how hasn't this been a board issue? Because we're ordering it all through grants, through Homeland Security grants. So we're backfilling all the stuff that we've used through these grants that we've already got in place, utilizing the lines on them for PPE, personal protective gear, to be able to purchase all this stuff. So logistics, how did we move all this stuff around? That's a lot of stuff, and how did we move it? Lewis County maintenance staff did a great job of moving it between inter offices within Lewis County. Lewis County Sheriff's Office, wait, what? Did I just say that? Yeah, I said that. They actually really did help us out a great deal. They moved a lot of stuff from our facility to out to all these schools, and a lot of them in the outlying districts. They said, whatever you need, we'll gladly do it for you. Absolutely, and they did a great job. They moved a lot of this material around for us. The staff that participated in the mask distribution at the stores, Office for the Aging, DSS staff, all of those went down and stood in front of Walmart and in front of Family Dollar and from these other businesses throughout Lewis County, handing out these masks to elderly folks and to individuals that needed masks. So that's how we moved a lot of this around. A lot of it, we moved ourselves. The white truck in the corner in front of Otis, that's the dually that we drive and pull around trailers with. That moved a lot of these items around. The truck that I drive every day was stuffed right to the roof. I don't know how many times with PPE and various other things. And if you look at the gray one at the bottom, that's Jen's personal truck. She stuffed the back of that, I don't know how many times, and went out to first responder agencies and went to multiple locations. Never asked for a dime for gas, never asked for a dime for overtime or anything like that. She did it because she cares. So, what else did we do during this? We participated in the Dairy drive-through campaigns. We actually showed them how to run their drive-throughs. If you'll notice, there's some county staff in the background there. Somebody was standing between the line of traffic, directing traffic, and I went, hey, wait, you're gonna get hit. Here, take this. She wanted to keep it, but I wouldn't let her. But we did that through Cornell Cooperative Extension, and we showed them how to do it, and we organized it for them. I won't say organized the whole thing. They did all the purchases, and they did all the bagging and whatnot, but we showed them how to run the flow through a lot better. They did a couple more of these, and they said the flow was amazing. So, testing and vaccine support, we distributed all of the testing supplies and the rapid tests to schools, as well as the PPE. Sheriff's Department assisted with that as well. We're still continuing to support the testing clinics within Lewis County. When they run out of the rapid tests or when they run out of PCR tests, they call the office. Why do they call me? Because New York State is the one that has these things. So it goes through a New York Responds, and I have to put in a request for them. It's got to go through the Department of Health, and then they've got to, we have to justify why we need them. We assist at the vaccine clinics. I say we, I mean me. I've been assisting public health with actually doing these vaccines clinics. I do about one a week. Either I draw out vaccines or actually give shots. I'm still a paramedic and plan to be for many, many years. And so I have the ability to give shots to the general public as well. Distribution through the first responder information. I can't overemphasize in the beginning of this how confusing that was. We would literally get 3 different policy changes a day, and we had to filter through them before we sent them out. Otherwise, we'd be spamming all these agencies with DOH updates. You need to do this. By the end of the day, it was, no, wait, you need to do this. So we had to filter through that information and be able to send out the correct information to the first responder agencies. So, Jen was doing the scheduling of the quarantine and working with all the agencies here at the courthouse. DSS, Board of Elections Probation. So we were requested to do this. We were assisting the clerk of the board, who was doing a great job as well. And we were organizing who's going to do what and how it's going to happen during the weekdays and during the weekends. And then it eventually took care of itself. And it was actually a really good experience. And Jen was also participating in doing the quarantine calls as well. I tried it for a while. Not my thing. I didn't have enough time. And I mean that with all due respect. So, phew, that was exhausting. So what do we do at the end of the day? What you see in front of you are 2 cell phones. One is mine, one is Jen's. You can probably figure out who's who. One's cleaner than the other. The reason I put those on there is because just when you think our day ends, our day does not end. Because what you see there are our personal cell phones. Pretty much every responder within Lewis County has our personal cell phone numbers. Why is that? Because they trust us. So at the end of the day, we get calls, we get text messages, we get Facebook messages, we get Snapchats, we get whatever from all of these responders within Lewis County. Should I get the vaccine? My grandmother needs the vaccine. Where's the next clinic? Hey, by the way, when's the next clinic? Are you going to do this? Anxiety calls. I don't want to go on any more EMS calls. I don't want to bring COVID-19 home to my family. What do you do with that? You still have to handle it. You've got well over 500 volunteers within Lewis County. Somebody's got to support them. Not everybody's going to have the answers. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I gave them the ability to make an informed decision about getting vaccines or getting the shot, if they should or shouldn't be running on the ambulance or responding to, as a first responder to some of these calls. And I've even got a couple of times fire chiefs calling me up going, one of my guys just got quarantined. It's going to shut down my whole operation. What do I do? Working through all those little hurdles and nuances is something that goes way far beyond the office. I can't even put it into terms. Text messages and phone calls and direct messages and whatever else types of contacts typically stop for the both of us at around 10 o'clock at night. It's chronic. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's a distraction. So what we do during the day, it's all well and fine. I enjoy doing what I do during the day. And I'm gonna support these guys as much as I can every single night. But you should be aware that what you see on the surface isn't always just what's on the surface. I'm sure that there are a lot of people in this room that can relate to those types of phone calls and all night long with the messaging. I'm sure that you found that out the hard way, quick, fast, and in a hurry, now didn't you? But you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta keep people informed and you gotta keep them safe to be able to get them to continue their jobs. We will continue to support for as long as this thing goes on. I don't see this going away anytime soon. I would well imagine that it will probably end up morphing into whatever else the next thing is. As we showed in the beginning, it seems to be a 2-year event. We're already starting to get information from the Department of Health about Ebola again. There was 2 of those scares, one 6 years ago and one 4 years ago. So they're pushing out the information about it again because that's what's in the news. And what's in the news drives what we do. So that's my presentation for today. Ryan, I apologize. I know I went over.
Not usually, not,
If anyone's got any
not as much
questions,
as I go over.
yeah, if anyone's got any questions, please feel free to reach out. Everyone's got my number. I'm always available.
Thank you.
I'll take your clicker.
I asked Bob a couple weeks ago that, we should be using some of the stimulus funds to backfill our supply because, as he said, we were so lucky to have such a great stockpile. And he said we are on our way to backfilling that supply without any stimulus, so that's wonderful. That's awesome. Good.
Any other questions from anybody for Bob?
I would just like to thank Bob for this. Thank you for all you do.
I appreciate that.
I sincerely-
Truly, it is a counting effort. It really is.
Thank you for the presentation. And we'll move over to Tim Hunt, or Timothy Hunt.
I just wanted to talk to everyone about driveway permits. I'm trying to establish consistency, make sure everybody's treated the same when it comes to the issue of driveways. We get a fair number, probably in the last 2 weeks, we've gotten maybe 20 requests to put driveways in for people. And the way it's been handled, I think, has been somewhat inconsistent, but what we normally do is a person calls, we drive out, look to see what size diameter pipe they need, they buy the pipe, we put the pipe in. That's kind of the process. There's a couple steps that I think are important that we're missing. One of them is sight distance. We don't want them putting driveways over a blind hill or around a sharp corner. So that's part of the process that I think we should add to this. As I started gathering driveway permits, I reached out to the county association and 20 counties got back to me. All of them require an actual formal permit before somebody's allowed to put their driveway in. Out of those 28 of them have a fee. It seems like about $50 is the fee for a driveway permit. It seems to be pretty standard. And then actually 4 of those counties require the homeowner to put the pipe in themselves, where we actually go out and do it for them, which I think is a great service. And that way we know it gets put in properly, it's put in at the right elevation. So I like doing that. So a couple things that I would recommend is that we do have an application. They let us know where they want the pipe, they stake it, they fill out an application permit. Supervisor will check the site for any drainage issues and then document that there is adequate site distance. There is AASHTO standards, given the 85th percentile speed of a road, how much site distance is required. If they don't meet the site distance, we cannot deny them access to their property. But we can put in the file that we don't recommend that they put a driveway there, so that if there is an accident in the future, it keeps the county from hopefully having any liability for siting that driveway in that location. So that one I think is very important. The other one that I actually denied, and one of the reasons I thought we needed to have this conversation, is I got a call from a gentleman who wanted to put in 5 driveway pipes. And The issue was, he's got a ditch in front of his house that he doesn't want there anymore. And if I allow him to do that, then we have a problem cleaning that. As soon as that fills up with debris, we have no way to clean that, and we're gonna end up buying specialized equipment. So I would recommend that we allow people to put in 40 feet of pipe and no more. And then they have to have an opening of 40 feet, and then they can put in another 40 feet. That way, if we do need to clean it, we can drop a pole in there and shove it through and clean the pipe with our existing equipment. But that just, my recommendation is no more than a 40-foot wide driveway pipe. And the applicant is responsible for the purchase of it, and I would recommend that they all buy HDB plastic, smoothbore plastic pipe. It's kind of the industry standard now. In counties that don't mandate that, what you end up is a lot of hot water tanks. Already seen a few around here. We cut the ends off hot water tanks and throw them in for driveway pipes. Ryan's looking at me, that's common practice. So we don't want that, because the next time there's a storm, they get plugged up and we're out there ripping them out. So I'd recommend HDB plastic smoothbore pipes in the driveways. We provide one load of gravel, and after that, it's on them. We could get a release of liability from them. And the other thing that I would recommend is that the driveways follow the contour or the grade of the road to the center line of the ditch before they're allowed to change elevation. That way we don't have, which you'll notice in Lewis County a lot, driveways that come down a hill directly into the road, and then in the spring when the water's running out, it's running right out into the road. It should be cut back and at the center line of the ditch. So that's kind of my recommendation. That's what we've been thinking about. And if you guys are okay with that or have any discussion or thoughts, we can go ahead and kind of draft the proposal for next month.
Okay. Further discussion. Anybody got questions, concerns for Tim?
I got one, Jerry. Tim, I thought at one time that if you had access to driveway coming onto a state highway, the state actually did the site distance and had to approve it.
That's correct. On a state highway, they do. And then on a town road, it's different in every town. And then here in the county, we would have that control.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to get it consistent, similar to what the state does.
Sure.
One of the things our planning board does here, which I think is good, is if it's a commercial driveway, they make them do it to the state driveway permit standards.
Mhm.
So if it's a windmill or a solar installation, we don't want a 20-foot driveway for your house. We want it to meet the state DOT standards. So they stick to that. But
Thank you.
Are you going to do the fee like other counties?
Well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to bring it, because you guys represent your constituents, and I don't know what the expectation is. If you, there is work. We have to send somebody out, look at the site, but whether you guys want to include that or not, that's up to you as legislators. So I'd like your input on that. I did notice, and one of the things that I'd like is most of the counties that do have fees, it's a fairly small fee for residential properties. It's a much steeper one for commercial properties. So it's another way to look at, some of these driveway openings that are going in for, all sorts of, staging sites and things like that.
Tim, did you say the county was going to continue to buy the pipe, or?
That's also, no, we don't buy the pipe. The homeowner would buy the pipe. They have it delivered on site and then we put it in. On the initial pipe, and then anything after that, so if we came out to replace a pipe, the county currently just pays for that. But the first pipe, the homeowner is responsible for. That's kind of the practice as it's been here in Lewis County. And it's not a bad practice, because the second, if there's a drainage problem and we have to go upsize 5 or 6 culvert pipes in a road, it's not really fair to go back to the homeowner and go, that one that you bought 5 years ago, we want it bigger now, you gotta buy another one. So.
I think we need to give Tim some direction, so how does everybody feel about the application? Putting one together as far as whenever you get ready to pull one in, at least the application comes.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. What about, permit fee? What's our general thoughts now? We against it, we wanna look at
What do
it
you think
further?
What would be the average cost of a homeowner putting one of those in if you had to pay and stuff, you have to
To buy the pipe,
pipe and
You buy
the
the
whole
pipe.
project?
it's gonna cost them $800 probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say a 24 inch or
Yeah.
20 feet long is 300 and something.
And they have to dig
$300.
it all out too.
Plus you're looking at a load of gravel and a piece of equipment out there, so.
And it's standard for other counties to charge this application fee.
Yeah, it's about half for a good application fee. So
And what would you think a appropriate fee would be?
50 seems to be average, and there's one that charges 25, the rest are all 50, and then you get into the more urban, more populated areas, they go up to like 250. I wouldn't recommend, obviously, you're not trying to make it punitive at all. I don't know, I go back and forth about whether, we tax people and then we charge them a fee for this and a fee for that and a fee for that, and I'm not sure the right philosophy to that, right? We all get them.
You know, for $50, I think it's probably more, I can't think of the word I want to say, but puts us in a better light if we don't charge them than if we do charge them. The revenue stream that we're going to generate from charging people $50 is probably not worth the criticism that we're going to get out of it.
Well, we balanced the budget for the 70 years without a driveway fee,
Yeah.
so.
Now, we're talking just driveways on county roads, right? Not,
Not on town or state roads, just on the county highways. There are plenty of applications that come in. Now, one of the things that some of the towns do is they also make a setback where you can't put it at the edge of your property, because that's the first thing that happens when we go out there. Is, here's my property, I want the driveway right here at the very edge next to my neighbor's property. I don't know if that's important or not, but I know some of them up on the Tug Hill don't let them do that, because next thing you know, you've got driveways right on top of each other.
Tim, right now, you may have said this, do people just reach out and ask to do it? Or-
Yeah, that's partly why I'm here, is because this happens all the time and I might not even know it. They'll stop one of the guys out working on the road and they'll look at it and go, yep, you're fine. And the next thing you know, it's there.
There's obviously no fee though. They just.
No, and I'm not, like I say, I'm not worried about that. What I worry about is consistency. We want to make sure we tell everybody the same thing. And if I allow you to bury the ditch in front of your house and then I tell you you can't, that's not fair. And that's what I'm just trying to do, is get some guidelines more than anything.
On permit process, I mean, could you ask a lot of those questions? And I guess the other thing, it doesn't have to be pages after page, but get the information you need to make good decisions. But what's the reason most times they're wanting to put culverts next to each other?
If it's 40 feet, but so the standard pipe is 20 feet. And people that are towing trailers have a hard time pulling off the road and not dropping their trailer tire into, so they go to 40 foot, 30 or 40. That makes sense to me. Anything above that, it's always because they want to mow to the edge of the road. And that's very common, especially in the hamlets and the village settings. They don't like that ditch.
Well, let me ask a question. If they want to go through the expense, I mean, the logical thing would be a DI box somewhere along there, so you have access cleared up. If you had that, or is that going to create more problems?
I personally don't think that we should, because you're asking people to put in an underground drainage system without engineering. So we don't know if we have proper slope on it. And a clean out box is really, you're talking a catch basin with a sump in it.
Right. But one of the excuses was you can't clean out the whole front of somebody's property.
Right.
Okay, but if you have it engineered, that's part of the requirement, like you have to have plot plans and stuff before.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
And honestly, so that's where, right now, like in the hamlets, up in Beaver Falls, we have it, down in Glenfield, we have a bunch of catch basins that were historical with those hamlets. We can't clean those without going and borrowing a village vac truck and going down there and taking, because we just don't have the equipment to do it. And then we really don't have a sewer jetter to flush those, so
Okay, well, then,
that's kind of the issue.
why doesn't our application and policy say it won't happen?
Right, we just can't do
don't
it.
get into that stuff from now.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. I don't really see a need for buried drainage systems out in the town or throughout the county. If you're doing it in a hamlet setting, I understand it, but generally people pay taxes in a village for those services, that specific service.
Okay, the other questions, everybody good with 40-foot wide culvert driveway entrance?
You say 20 foot?
40.
40,
40 foot for a residential driveway?
a max.
Maximum width,
Oh, max.
maximum
If they
width.
can do it with a 20, that's fine, if they can do it with a 10, but 20 and then 40, if people have trailers and stuff like that would be our max. Okay, and the way I took it, we're gonna waive any fees.
Yeah.
Okay, so, can you get something together for us
Put something together.
next
You
meeting?
better start buying pipe. The price is right.
It's gonna be hard to buy that stuff, honestly. We're seeing shortages of all of it, so.
Is there any other questions they have for Tim?
No, thank you.
Ron?
No, I'm good, thanks, Tim.
Good. Thank you, Tim, appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ready for dockets?
Yep.
The first one is a local law intro number 1-2021, authorizing 12 and 13-year-old licensed hunters to hunt deer with a firearm or crossbow during hunting season with the supervision of a licensed adult pursuant to Environmental Conservation Law 11-0935 and resolution to set the public hearing for June 1st, 2021 at 5:00 PM.
Any questions or discussions?
Yeah, I've got one. This is simply to set the public hearing, right?
Say it again, Dick, I'm sorry, didn't hear you.
This is just to set the public hearing, because the order in here looked like we might be gonna vote on this today, so I just wanted clarity.
Well, we are moving out of committee.
Go to the public hearing.
Yeah. to go-
No, I meant just to, it looked to me like we were gonna vote to accept or not accept this today. Maybe it's the way I read it so fast, but I
It's
just
a
wanted to be sure.
local, it's a local law, not a resolution. So with a local law, we have to set the public hearing before you guys can vote.
Right, and that's
With
what
the
happened.
copy of the introductory local law that is proposed to be passed at the next meeting.
Okay, and then we probably, I don't know who prepared what's in here, but as a hunter safety instructor, I get the local law and then the state thing and all of this stuff. Some of this is paraphrased or quoted. We ought to put and I'm sure you agree, put the actual law in what we're gonna discuss.
The entire environmental conservation law?
That deals with this piece of it.
It's in the introductory local law.
Okay,
It's basically in there saying what the intent is and what the law will allow. It'll allow licensed 12 and 13-year-old to hunt as long as they're supervised. If you look in section 3, Dick, of the introductory local law, that's what the law essentially is requiring.
okay.
And those sections are basically what the amendments were to the environmental conservation law and what they passed.
I'll just make copy of what I've got, then you can look at it and see. Just quickly, I thought the intent's there, but the words weren't, so I just think it ought to be whatever they got. Maybe I've got an old copy.
Okay, so I had one question here. The stipulation about wearing fluorescent orange or pink clothing while engaged in hunting is not a state requirement at this point, I don't believe.
This part of the law, if it
It is
passes.
in this amendment for 12 and 13-year-olds.
And it is for the younger ones too. When my
Yeah.
nephew started on the first 2 years, they had to have one job.
Really? So that's state law now.
It was in, well, one's 18 and the other one's 17, so it was 3-4 years ago.
But it's that's state law.
That's what I read in Selvas, they had to have it, so I took it as state law.
I didn't realize that.
Now, when the DEC presents the
We can
classes
double check.
that I give,
Sure.
they highly recommend it, Larry, but I don't, except for instances like this one here with the 12 and 13-year-olds. That will be for people participating in this piece of it, that will be state law. But for people like the rest of us in here that are, yeah, he said it got old. If we're not participating in this, then there is not a state law.
Or they don't care if they get shot.
Once you're off the probation, it was just like a 2 starting.
Yeah, the econ officers, their words almost verbatim is, we highly recommend it.
Okay, so if you're required to wear fluorescent orange, how much are you required to wear?
It was 400 square inches.
So many square inches, I can't quote it off the top.
Do we need that? Do we need all that in this?
No,
bylaw?
because it references the ECL law itself, so whatever that requirement is, this is just extending that to 12-year-olds under these conditions.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What I'm hearing is maybe there is a way that, if we're really gonna consider this and put it in front of the public, maybe we can include some of those more specifics so that when it comes to safeties, particularly with safety, people that are looking up the local law to see what Lewis County passed are gonna get some of that safety language. Is that kind of what you're interested in?
Wouldn't we follow the state guideline?
Well,
Why would we make our own?
Well, but that's essentially what we're doing here. We're taking the state law and just saying we support
Right now,
it in the form they put together.
right now, that's what.
And actually, we have to, in order to show that we opt into the county participating in this, we have to pass the local law. The actual law itself with the amendments are in the ECL. This is just something that's required in order for us to allow 12 and 13-year-olds to participate in this county.
If we want, would everybody else, and I don't know how much, don't try and feather me, Joe. Whatever exactly word for word, what the law says, we mirror
Yes.
in New York State's.
And if you want a 5 or 6 page local law
Would you?
to include ECL, that whole section, we can do that. I think maybe some is gonna be lost if we're gonna put that all into our local law.
There's a possibility the law could change too in the coming years, and if we just make reference to the ECL and say, these are the rules you have to follow,
Right.
then we don't have to go back and amend this to keep it in compliance with state law. So I'd say just pass the minimum, and if they wanna learn what the rules are, they'll learn it when they get their licenses, and they'll learn it from.
Right.
Yeah, they'll find out. when
But they'll find out the hard way, right? Yeah.
And again, this is only, it's a pilot law right now. It only extends through 2023. Maybe it's gonna be, extended thereafter if everything goes well, but right now it's a pilot change to the law.
Some history of it, if you're interested, I'll keep it short. We have an annual meeting with hunter safety instructors every year. They've tried for at least 14 or 15 years to put this law in. The majority of the hunter safety instructors have lobbied back. They weren't in favor of it. That number's changed, and I don't know why, but now it's about 50-50 of the hunter safety instructors in favor and not in favor. So what the state's done, they'll make this law, then we as counties have to adopt it or not adopt it. So we're gonna be the bad guys with the people that would like this law, rather than the state. The other thing is, when you go out in the field hunting, there are no county markers or lines that you know where the hell you are. So let's say Lewis County passes this, and Jefferson, St. Lawrence don't. You got land in both counties. I mean, the total thing's a zoo. The state should take it on. If they want it, they should take it on, make it a state rule. That's my thing.
This is the first time they ever offered the option, counties the option to opt in or opt out.
This is the first time they've got enough of the hunter safety instructors, so they got about half to say yes. That's the whole thing. It's been brought up for years.
Yes, and part of it is because it's not being offered in the southern tier counties. They won't allow it.
Well, this
I mean, it's got good and bad things to it. We just gotta decide what we want to do with it.
Any other questions from the committees? Okay, I'm gonna take a couple minutes, anybody else outside the committee? Bill, do you got anything? What do we wanna do?
I'd say we put it to a public hearing, right?
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Carried.
Resolution pursuant to local law number 2-2007, finding and determining that an unsafe structure in the town of Watson shall be demolished and removed.
Questions or discussions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing continuation of the automatic annual agreement between the County of Lewis and Alltech Integrations to monitor the fire alarm system in the Lewis County Jefferson Community College Education Center as long as the annual cost does not exceed $479.40 and/or until either party desires to terminate.
Questions?
Is that what the price is now?
Yes,
What does the phrase "to monitor" mean? I don't.
They're hooked in, they monitor the fire alarms because dispatch or our radio system no longer can monitor different stuff, so it's gotta go to somebody like,
Stack Communications is.
there's a bunch of them doing it.
Yeah.
This Alltech is the one that will be monitored for the county.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to the District Attorney Office to create one full-time senior assistant district attorney, grade 2.
Questions or discussions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Chair, I'll abstain from this one.
Okay, opposed, nay?
You gonna have discussion on this or you use it?
I asked if we were gonna have a discussion.
I had to get to the page here to see
Oh,
what,
okay, sorry for going, slow it down.
is this budget neutral? Is this position, was it in the budget?
Caitlin, can you provide?
So we have had this position posted now for 2 months with no activity as far as recruiting. We had 2 recent resumes that don't really fit. And so we're looking for just some recruiting flexibility. Right now, we're looking to create a senior level. It has that higher pay scale, but when the position is filled, whether at the higher level or at the regular assistant district attorney level, the current level we're recruiting for, I'd like the flexibility to recruit for both. And then when one is filled, we would abolish whatever position we don't fill.
So this is a new position then?
So this is creating a new title, a senior assistant DA. Our current
A new
assistant
position.
DA is at a grade 3.
What's the difference in salary?
So our current is at a range of 61,550 to 78,530
So the top of that grade is
at the bottom of
the
this
grade.
grade. Correct.
Is that budget, do you have in your budget, Leah?
I do with the loss and the savings.
You
Meaning
save money?
I do with the fact that I had lost Katie, and then with not having spent money in other areas between. We talked about this, I guess we could.
Well, I maybe just simplify. For this year, it'll be budget neutral because they've had a vacancy at this point for, 10 weeks in the
Well, they haven't
position.
had court,
So,
what do they
right.
need them for?
Well, but they haven't paid anybody. So So even if you upgraded the position, you're only talking at this point of, 8 months of total, left in the year. So this year, their budget would be able to handle it. It's the out years where you'd have to now, you'd have basically an upgrade to budget for, but, that would be, like Caitlin said.
If
minimal,
we
maybe
fill it at this rate,
8 to 10,000.
we could fill it, maybe an applicant comes in that's only at an ADA level and not a senior ADA level. I'd like the ability to recruit, for one position, but either position, so that it gives us that flexibility. We're not limiting ourselves to only senior level people or only, introductory or lower level
So you're gonna
individuals.
start, the new person to see this, if this goes, you're gonna start them at 74, not higher, right?
So because of our new policy, we would negotiate what that starting salary would look like. That's how the policy would.
Just say that again, Caitlin.
We have that new policy that they can negotiate where they started, so it'd be
Yeah.
part of the hiring and negotiation process.
Yeah, I'm not a particular fan of that. I think I voted no on that policy, because I'm not a fan of that, because I don't believe somebody new coming in should make more than somebody who left.
If you get an applicant that's got 5 years of experience as a senior assistant district attorney in another county, that gives Caitlin the flexibility to offer them higher in that range.
I understand that, Eric, but, I think it's a board decision, not treasurer's decision.
I think it was part of the policy that the board agreed to last year.
You had a question?
Well, that
You got it?
was the budget question, and it's good this year, and it sounds like we're gonna probably revisit it when we do the budget for next year.
Yeah, if you
Funding,
upgrade the position, it'll cost you more in the out years. That's just the way it goes.
continually.
Any other questions? All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution to appropriate funds in the county road accounts in the amount of $1,169,480 for increase in funding expected from New York State for the annual CHIPS program.
Questions or discussions?
There are enough contractors out there to spend this money?
Probably not. It's gonna get tricky. And there's gonna be another one coming for another 460,000.
I mean, it sounds great, I just
Anyway,
was wondering about the
With
possibility.
cost of payments up.
Yeah.
It is, but it's still like, we're gonna struggle right here. We can't prep enough roads, change culvert pipes, and the contractors are already saying they're not gonna have enough time to get to everybody.
That's what I wondered, yeah.
So like I talked about last month when we talked about state budget, the state not only restored the 20% cuts from last year, they increased the amount of chips for this year. So we've got about $3.1 million total to spend in chips. Usually, we only have around $2 million to spend in chips.
So we can put some of that to equipment, right?
We can, but we bought a lot of equipment last year, we didn't pay. So
Yeah. What's
Still
the,
have payments.
what happens to the money that we can't spend? It goes to the state again? or-
It rolls over and we get to use it next year, just increases. It goes into an account just specifically for Lewis County that we can use.
Oh, okay.
So if we can't use it all this year, we're gonna try really hard to get prepped for next year. The lobbyists have told us though, and in very clear terms, you need to spend this money because next year Albany's gonna go, oh, you didn't need it. They're not gonna give it to
That
you.
would be my view, yeah.
So we're gonna work really hard to spend that money and make sure we get some good roads out of it.
Any other questions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution to appropriate funds in the planning department accounts in the amount of $21,053 to utilize funds from the NYMS Technical Assistance Grant that had previously been authorized by resolution number 357-2020.
This is the one they work with.
Main Street grant for the South Louis School Districts to help them with whoever acquires their school buildings in Glenfield and Port Lyden. Help them understand the market conditions and, the best use for that property.
Any questions or discussions? All in favor, aye? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution to appropriate funds in the bus operations accounts in the amount of $131,524 to appropriate federal 5311 capital grant funds that had previously been approved by resolution number 160-2019.
Any questions or discussions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing agreement between the County of Lewis Planning and Community Development Department and the New York Power Authority to provide services for scoping, design, and implementation of clean energy projects for the purpose of a project to utilize land surrounding the Lewis County Solid Waste Facility for a county community solar project, commencing on the date of execution and terminating upon completion of services or 3 years after the agreement becomes effective, at no cost to the county, but with a fee payable by the developer.
Questions or discussion?
Yeah, I'm just curious, how much property you got up there to put a solar thing in?
It's about 18 acres.
18?
So the, New York State is doing a new, community solar and battery storage program where they've teamed up with NYPA to provide the advisory services to municipalities, counties, towns, villages to identify, source, and implement community solar projects. This is a bit different than the previous solar project that we did on county land. That was a power purchasing agreement. This would be a community solar agreement where we would benefit from lease payments from the developer, and we would have access to the initial 40% of energy usage, and then the other 60% would go right back into the local community.
This would be about twice the size, because the other one, I think, was around 9 or 10 acres.
It could be, it all depends on how they figure out what land is applicable. There are wetlands in the area.
I was just gonna say, that's the only thing I know about the swamp up there that we own half of and somebody else owns half of.
Yeah. So what they would do with this agreement is just basically assess the feasibility of going forward with the
Gotcha,
community solar site there. So they'll be looking at those things, the wetland delineation, and they'll be also, since it's already like a state superfund site, a remediation site, being that it's a transfer station or solid waste facility, it automatically, triggers the DEC to look at it for use such as.
Oh, okay.
So we won't, obviously, no shovels in the ground, no agreements with developers until it comes back to the board. But to get started with this new program through New York Power Authority, we wanted to kind of get moving on it, see what's feasible on that site.
Any other questions or discussions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing agreement between the County of Lewis Planning and Community Development Department and MRB Group for professional services to assist in the development of a reuse plan and market analysis on the Glenfield Elementary School building at a cost not to exceed $19,910.
Questions or discussion? Yeah, I do have, Ryan, or somebody maybe can answer it. We did one for Port Light. Is this redefining
This is,
Glenfield?
nope, it says Glenfield, but the way the New York Main Street grant works, Glenfield and Port Light are in the same market area, and it's the same reuse school building, so it'll be a dual document that can be used for both.
And this is a grant.
This is the agreement for the 20,000 we talked about a couple minutes ago.
And I gotta say it. I really think wherever those buildings go, they need to go to someone that's capable of doing something with them and not put us in the situation which some of these vacant schools has done to us before. That was the reason that I supported investing in it. And when you put a market price on it, it pretty much looks like you'll sell it if you get this price. It's not staying with what we had hoped for. And I think potentially you're better off, and I understand the school, but you build them, don't dump them where we gotta clean them up. So I think they really need to look at it, and this is just me speaking, I'm not speaking for anybody else here. But with research and looking for the right people, I think some people around here can benefit, whether it's a senior home, this, that, or anything else. It's just gonna maybe take a while to find the right people.
I think this is what that's all for, Jerry.
Well, you kind of.
Market analysis.
Well, right, but you kind of get looking at turning it over to one person and putting a price tag on it for sale.
Well, sometimes you got, I
100.
think if you look at this, I think the reuse and market analysis is for the purchaser to go try to find funding.
I support this, I'm not grumping at this. But the one I saw in the paper was for $150,000, looking for.
Glenfield, 300.
The first one that comes up with it pretty much owns it, whether they can afford to do anything with it or not.
I don't think
And I don't think we need that.
I don't think the school board's really looking.
Well,
Cash
they let the
in
one
like
go in
that.
Seagull for $50,000.
Right, I think they'd sell
And
it
they
like
let the
that
other
one.
ones go cheap, and look what we got.
What do you got in Seaville? Because I'm not familiar with it.
That one up there, you know.
Yeah, what-
Seagull's cool, somebody bought it for $50,000.
Right, and what's been done with it?
Not much.
Okay.
You're living in it.
Got breakfast.
So we started working with South Louis School District right away. Honestly, the day after the bond passed, Cassie and I called the superintendent and said, we really gotta start thinking about what happens to these two buildings. We applied for this grant a year ago, we weren't successful. It would have been better if we had it a year ago. We got it this year. The school, kind of through COVID, I would say I got disengaged, decided to just put it on the market through Good Morning Realty. I hope that they get good information tonight. They have a meeting to discuss it as their board. All proposals to Good Morning Realty are due today. Their superintendent, their school board has been insistent in Zoom meetings that they're committed to doing the right thing for that building. I think from our perspective, frankly, we would have liked to have seen them hold off from putting it on the market, finish this study, and market it through an RFP where you could really get a more detailed proposal from some developers rather than just writing down a price and giving it to some realtors. So I am concerned, as is Jerry, and I know I've talked with Larry about it, but the school is very much aware of Ryan's position and Cassie's position, trust me. And they're going forward with their plan tonight. So I'm with Jerry. I hope that they, make a good decision, and that whoever they pick will be able to utilize these funds to make, the best of those facilities.
Which building tonight, Brian?
There's two, Glenfield and Port Light.
Oh, they're both, okay.
This grant is for just the Glenfield though, because it's near Main Street.
Yeah.
And I will say that, we're putting forward 2 resolutions to appropriate the funds and to move forward with the agreement with the consultant. We are moving fast on this because we want to, they gave us a date of September 2021. So when we put out the request for a quote, we received quotebacks for the project scope to be completed by August. So we're ready, we're moving on this, and the school's aware of that and appreciative of that.
But is Ryan saying that are you saying they're gonna make a decision on a potential purchaser tonight?
They could,
So then why would we do this?
because whoever acquired, so if, for 2 reasons, if they do make a decision tonight, then whoever acquires that building, this information will still be useful, and we might as well not send the money back to New York State, we already have it. And if they don't make the decision tonight, then this is only gonna help them when they do make a decision.
It's highly likely that they will not make a definitive decision tonight, and that's what they've expressed, but obviously you can't 100% say what board's gonna decide or not. But the proposals that are being submitted to the South Louis board are for both the Fort Light and the Glenfield. So, there's proposals being submitted for both, so just to clear that up.
Now, are these proposals that are coming in both a dollar value and a reuse
Yes.
plan?
Yes, both aspects will be evaluated.
Not to the scrutiny that we would.
Not to the screen.
Exactly, yes. I have no problem with doing this, I just wanted to know, it's new information for me.
Are either of you attending this meeting tonight?
We cannot.
It's executive session.
Oh.
Any other discussion?
Well, I just had one thing. I feel it's safe, or that I should share this, but this morning I did get an email from the realtor asking if the county would like to put in a proposal. So I didn't respond, but I'm assuming probably not.
Just thinking.
So, yeah.
You know, and I'm not against or anything like that. Please, if I started it that way, that's fine. I just want those to be used, not turned into a hole. And I think the potential's there. It may take a little bit of searching and finding. But, you know, that's why we're investing. I still support.
Is there a minimum on this?
150 less than.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the board has said in the press that they would give, you know, the price is not an option. They'd give it away for $1 if it was the right user. Which again seems to conflict with why you just put it on the market and take bids. So, I'm not quite sure.
So unless anybody else has got questions or discussions, anybody? All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing agreement between the County of Lewis Planning and Community Development Department and the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and Environmental Facilities Corporation to participate in the Round 2 grant of the State Septic System Replacement Fund Program.
Questions or discussions?
I do have a question, just Cassie, is that just meant for along the river, or is that
It's a section of
streams?
the Beaver River
Huh?
that is applicable. A section of the Beaver River
Oh.
road trips is the only applicable area for this round. So there, I think that there was 82 properties or septic systems identified in the preliminary scope that would be eligible for these funds.
Thanks, Jeff.
Any other questions? Okay, all in favor, aye? Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing submission of application to Northern Border Regional Commission for telecommunication infrastructure funding in an amount not to exceed $1 million and commits to the required 20% local match payment.
Questions or discussions? All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay?
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to the planning department to create one full-time community development program specialist position, grade 30, to be grant funded through December 31st, 2022.
This is through, sorry, Jerry. This is through CARES Act funding that we received for our transportation system. We can fund a full-time position in Cassie's department for, 2 years. The long-term plan was to give them some more help up there anyway. So this sunsets on December 31st of next year. However, I would anticipate that if we find the right candidate, we would probably want to keep that person on board in the long run. So that's the thought process.
So where does grade 30 fall? Is that higher or lower the planner?
It's the same, it's the same job.
The job description has to be specific to the grant language, so that's why it's a community development program specialist instead of Kevin, who's a community development specialist.
We're really trying to make sure that we're not narrowing in on our labor pool. I think we did a really good job. When we hired Kevin, we got a lot of applicants because of the job title change. So we wanted to keep it consistent, but we really wanted to make sure that they knew that they were really going to be overseeing a certain program in our department. And it would alleviate a lot of work. It would open us up for more grant opportunities, that's for sure.
That's the way to sell it.
Any other questions? Yep.
The position when it's advertised will have that sunset clause in it, right? So the person that's
Yes,
applying
so-
for that will know it has the possibility of running out.
Right, it will be, initially it will be a temporary hire, but again, that during hopefully an interview process, we can discuss the potential, again, it will start as that.
Okay.
I would just like to note, I don't typically like to add positions. I mean, usually when we come to the board, it's to upgrade or swap or move. Just to add positions in the middle of the year is something that I try to beat back, but with the CARES Act funding and the fact that it expires, it doesn't make sense to wait till next year's budget.
So what do you say?
I think it makes sense to do it now. But I just want you to know that I don't like, especially, it's the 4th month of the budget that we just passed in January, so I don't like, adding positions. Sometimes it happens.
I was gonna question that.
I know.
Any other discussion or questions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Resolution to set public hearing to be held June 1st, 2021 at 5:00 PM to solicit the views of County of Lewis citizens regarding CARES Act funding for broadband infrastructure needs under a New York State CDBG-CB application for 2020 funds in an amount not to exceed $1 million.
Questions or discussions?
The 3 eligible areas are Fort Lyden, Lionsdale, and a zip code or a census block in Diana. So it has to be 51% or higher low to moderate income. And so those are the 3 census blocks that are eligible.
So this is a grant?
Yep.
Dick, you got any questions?
No.
Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution setting second public hearing to be held June 1st, 2021 at 5:00 PM to provide residents of Lewis County with the opportunity to offer any comments under the accomplishments of the current CDBG Lewis County homeownership program under project number 636HO318-19.
Questions or discussions? Dick, you anything? Anybody else? All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay?
Resolution setting second public hearing to be held June 1st, 2021 at 5:00 PM to provide residents of Lewis County with the opportunity to offer any comments on the accomplishments of the current CDBG program number 636HR333-18.
Questions or discussions? All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution authorizing agreement with Olmsted Consulting for engineering design and site plan services for bathhouse and water system at Singing Waters Park at a total cost not to exceed $9,150. Additional work requested outside the scope of services will be completed at a cost of $100 per hour.
Questions or discussions?
Well, how much longer do you have to spend that grant money?
The DASNY grant, they said didn't have an end date, it was just once the project's completed.
Any other questions? Okay. All in favor, aye? Opposed, nay?
Resolution in support of release of all 911 surcharge funds from New York State.
Questions or discussions? Be nice to get all of our money at one time.
That'll be the day.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Resolution amending the solid waste fee schedule to reflect an increase in the price of tires from $3.25 per tire to $5 per tire, and the price of mattresses from $7.75 per tire to $10 per mattress, effective June 1st, 2021.
Questions or discussions?
This protects us to subsidize in that program, then this will cover the costs.
DANK runs the tire recycling program and the mattress recycling program. So we're simply a transfer station for them. they have told us they're increasing their costs, so either we increase ours or, people with garbage are gonna subsidize people with tires. I mean, you don't have to do this, but what we're gonna get charged from bank is this.
So if we do this, we break even, we aren't gonna be, okay, thank you.
I do have a question. We get tractor tires and bigger tires. This price seems to be only, like smaller tires. Is there a higher
I
charge?
think there is like an ag or industrial tire thing.
Yes, there is. Oh, there is, yeah.
We weigh any tire over 20-inch.
I'm sorry, a little louder.
We'll weigh any tire over 20-inch. This is basically bringing us in line with the other counties that are also participating in this program. Right now, we're the lower ones for the individual tire. So we weigh any tire over 20 inches, which usually is more than $5, it's all said and done, at the rate of our
Okay.
20-inch cost.
But are we there? I mean, the big tires, heavy tires, are we getting enough to cover?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I spoke with Ryan on it. The bigger tires and when they bring in a multiple amount of tires, we'll always send them over to scales, whether it's 20-inch or less, because we got a fee for 20-inch or less and 20-inch and over. So if we send them over, like if they got 20 tires or more, 10 tires or more, we send them over to scales, which we always do well on. We are making money, but we're not making enough money to cover the cost of the manpower and our operations and equipment. That's why I looked at this. So if by doing the $5 for the individual tire, which is the majority of our customers, okay, that come in short of the garages, this, I think, will bring our cost to where we need it to be, so we're at least covering the cost of loading the tires and the machine and manpower. Are we making a lot of money? No, but it should cover everything. You get a little afraid because you don't want to be kicking tires up off the side of the road either, you know what I'm saying?
So essentially you're raising smaller tires to kind of cover some of the bigger tires because it's kind of borderline.
I mean, there again, I'm trying to mimic the other counties because I don't want to be cheaper because then I got to take care of them necessarily, but I don't want to be too much so that we're not taking care of our Lewis County residents, if that makes sense.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
Okay, so motions. We need a motion authorizing Highway Superintendent Timothy Hunt to go out for bid on a plow truck.
Does that fit in our plan? We had before you were hired, we had a plan of 5 years or so, is that? Yeah.
Yep, we're due for one this year. In fact, the one we're replacing was a 2016, I think, so.
Fit right in, great. Yeah. Fine, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll make that a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
The next motion is authorizing Lewis Defenders and County Attorney to respond to New York State ILS RFP for family court indigent legal services.
Jerry, if I could just explain that a little
Sure.
bit. So we just received something from ILS that is basically a competitive bid for all counties to put in for a plan that they would have to represent respondents in Article 10 neglect and abuse cases. We're going to take a look at it, but truthfully, we're a very small county. The number of cases that we have that fit into this particular neglect and abuse situation, we may end up not putting in a proposal or a plan under that because we're just very unique and a little different here. And they're talking about much bigger counties putting into this bidding. So we're gonna take a look at it. We may decide not to put in any proposal.
And that's, I guess the only other question I have, if we didn't do it, how would that affect us? Or would there be any problems or?
No, because they're only awarding it to one county.
Okay.
So we're not gonna get it.
But we wouldn't have to, I mean, we still take care of our cases here, whether we participate
Yes,
or not.
yeah.
Okay.
I think down the line, the state has increased the amount for public defense by a lot. With the contract we've got through to we're hopeful that they're gonna increase the amount for family court as well. Because in reality, a lot of our public funded attorney positions are for family court, much more than criminal court. So if they extend that, that'd be good for counties like us. Because they're tipping the toe in the water.
Any questions or discussions? All in favor, I'll make the motion. I have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
The next one is a motion authorizing planning director Cassandra Buell to put out an RFP for Lewis County Public Transportation van pool service.
Questions or discussions?
What is this one?
The van pool service that we're looking at is something that was identified through our coordinated transportation plan back in 2017. That a lot of our local employers are really looking for. We received funding through 5311 a couple of years ago, actually early last year, SCS funding to move forward with it, but we weren't able to put it forth in 2020, so we lost that funding, but CARES Act funding covers this completely. It's essentially a group of employees from either Kraft or AMF or the hospital that can ride if they live within a certain vicinity of each other, a brand new vehicle through something like Commute with Enterprise. The driver is a van pool rider. They're completely vetted and it's completely managed through a company. We hope that the particular company that we've received information from the past would bid on it. But it would be completely funded by CARES Act funding, essentially. We did a survey and 8 out of 9 employers that responded were interested in those employers included Kraft, which Cortec is their hiring agent, and they can't wait for this to happen. They have so many residents that would love to take advantage of this, or workers that would love to take advantage of this. OP, WPD, AMF, the hospital, and even smaller businesses like Buckingham Hardware expressed huge interest in that as a service for their employees.
So this is just an expansion of our bus service and do the others. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussions? I'll make it a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
And the last motion is authorizing planning director Cassandra Buell to put out an RFP for Lewis County Public Transportation Operating Contract.
Questions or discussions? Okay. I'll make that a motion and all in favor? Aye.
Oh, we need somebody for the second.
Oh, sorry,
I'll second.
getting ahead of myself, I apologize. Okay, now I lost train of thought. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The only other thing, we talked about this off and on, and today's not time to give people a chance to think about it. We had discussed a little bit on whether we want to do a permit system for singing waters and stuff like that, so next month, we'll have a little discussion there.
Yeah, Jackie, can you just give a little timeline on when we expect that grand opening, like by this fall, I think, right?
Depends on how quickly the Department of Health will step up to approve things. So our best case scenario would be this fall, but my guess is it'll be
So, but we've got to get, we've got to discuss that, whether we want to charge people for overnight or how we want to treat it, so. We'll put that on the agenda for the months ahead.
Larry, I have one thing if I may.
Sure, oh, yes, Larry asked if it was a late, I told him yes, so I apologize, thank you.
You may or may not know, the JCC, the IDA, Tugville Commission sponsored a study on snowmobiling in Lewis County. They're in the process of doing that now. I thought that perhaps because we have a trail system, we're trying to support and grow that trail system. And the last time a study was done on ATV use in Lewis County was 2006. So I reached out to the IDA and asked what it would cost if to do this, to mirror what they're doing with the snowmobile study for ATV use in Lewis County. JCC would essentially put it on like they did the snowmobile, or organize and do the legwork on it. And long story short, it's about $24,000 to do the study. So Brittany said if the county could fund half of that, that the IDA and other parties that are involved would come up with the other half. So we have their support to do the ATV study.
You, make that motion, or you want me to make
Can I make a motion?
Well, the only thing you'd have to do is transfer it from special legislative contingency into Cassie's community development account.
Well, we gotta have discussion first.
Right, but if you wanted to make a motion, that's how I would do it.
So,
Yeah, I can't vote, so.
okay. I'll put that out as a motion to fund, $12,000 of that. It's open for discussion. No discussion?
Well, we can still discuss.
Well, if people
I think
got,
it's a good idea. I think we should do it.
Yeah, they did a great job. They had, with the snowmobile, they got a ton of people responding, so they did a great job with that one.
yeah,
Okay, sounds good.
Who's gonna do it?
JCC.
JCC.
We actually already have
You
money
good with
in our community development account that we can use for
Just-
that. I mean,
So you don't need money?
Yeah, well, you know, but that's what we anticipate, like, those are the kind of projects that we wanted to solicit with these community development funds. You know, that's why we increased it.
And we did increase it quite a bit.
Yes, we did. So, I mean, as long as it's not $30,000, that's something we can support out of the existing community development fund.
Hey, that's what it is.
If that makes it even better.
Jerry,
so that means we get to say something.
Jerry, if I can chime in on that, we have a similar situation with another department at the moment that if they've got funds budgeted, let's let them work through the year and use their funds. And if Cassie spends more money, not anticipating this $12,000, then in, August, October, she can come and say, I've ran out of funds, partly due to that $12,000. So right now, continue operating as is.
And that makes sense. I mean, the thing is, the budget just started early in the year. If they can manage it, kudos to them and everything else. And seeing we've done some in a later date, yeah, we probably do need to make them call if that's the case. So we got a motion on the floor. We need a second. Oh, Phil, you're quiet out there. I just figured I'd ask.
I think it's a good idea.
We have a second for that motion?
Ron Burns already seconded it.
Okay. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Carried.
One last thing.
Oh, come on.
Okay, Alex, you want to talk about that now, or do you want to talk about it in financial rules?
What was that, Jerry? I couldn't, or Larry, I couldn't.
ATV Davis over last weekend with the poker run.
The non-snare club.
Could Jackie speak to that a little bit?
Well, that's my question. Do you want to talk about that in this committee or?
We got time.
You got time, yeah.
You can finish it, the other one too. Because we won't do anything, probably needs to come out of here.
Which other committee? Finance. Finance, yeah.
Financial rules.
Yeah, I would think I would do it here and then let finance.
Yeah.
So the question really is, they had the event, they didn't do our event permit. To send them a fine, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, who is they?
I don't
Look
The
what it is.
owner of Timberview.
Okay.
He ran the event.
Can you
Jackie
answer
did try to speak with him.
Yeah, I think Jackie needs to speak.
John had called me about his event, Originally, it was supposed to be only on the hill, it was only gonna be 5 stops, him, Barrows, Montague, Whiskey Jacks, and,
Hook and ladder?
Hook and Ladder. All of those you can get to without using any county trails, they're all road connecting, so we wouldn't need the event.
Plus, he told you it was gonna be only
He didn't
200
know how
people.
many he would have. His typical events run about 160 people, so it wouldn't qualify under that either. Day before, because we had opened it for the people staying at the edge in Branningham, we had opened some of our trails, he added more stops, which included Branningham and Lawrence Falls. That's the only reason it now qualifies for the event permit. Our law is only for county trails, county parcels, county roads. It was a last minute decision from businesses in those areas pushing him to be added that changed it. He didn't know that was the way the law read. He thought if they were open, they could use them, it wasn't an issue. I'm just telling you what he told me. He said he would be here today to make a donation to the trails.
Did he?
It's supposed to be at 3:00, so I don't know if he's
Yeah, but I
going
mean,
to or not, but I can update you on that.
what are your feelings? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Well, when he called me yesterday, I told him he totally screwed me over. That was my personal opinion. I don't know. I think Martinsburg has a bigger beef in this. You know, but has their law even come back from the state? It's not on their website. They haven't publicized it. I mean, it's a
They passed
discussion that we need to discuss, but do we,
They passed it.
they passed it, but is it back from the state?
I think they sent it in. I don't know if it's back.
It
Right.
takes 45 days.
Right, but it's
Once they
not,
pass it, they
it's not
pass
on
it.
their website. They didn't advertise it, throughout the town.
Well, if you'd like to see their roads closed, keep going.
This is not my event, this is nothing I had anything to do with. This is a person that took advantage of not having a snort run this year and people coming anyways.
Then he needs to pay a fine.
So our local law allows the fine to be in the amount of $250 to $750, depending upon the violation, the nature and size of the special event that was held without the permit.
So I'm also getting a lot of complaints from the town of Montague. Apparently there's a lot of damage up there. I asked him for a number, I haven't got a dollar number for it yet. They're upset, they don't want to see any more ATV events before the 1st of May. So they counted participants. They had 384, but I don't know if that or if that makes it mandatory for him to apply for a permit because there's no county roads up there. So
Well,
that they
and it's
use.
catch-22, he doesn't want them in his town, but yet we want to be a stop at the bar. So,
The only way to get to Montague
if
is
he
on
really was
county
against
roads.
it, why didn't he say, I don't want to be a stop and I don't want you in my town?
Yeah, I mean, don't tar and feather me for this one. I would kind of like to slow it down, not that I don't want to do something. Let's get all our facts so we have an understanding of it, because, I mean, I figured something was going on this weekend, because I had a bunch of vehicles parked carrying, four-wheelers and this and that, and I'm thinking, damn, we don't open to May, and I think there was about 50 pickups with trailers parked in front of my house. Never put two and two together, figured it was a decent weekend, but I was wondering where they were riding on, we found out. We might wanna consider changing the law to make it stricter.
Jerry, what don't we open till the 1st of May?
We open April 1st based on conditions, and with a dry year,
Okay.
we're opening early.
Yeah, I thought they were open.
I actually
second.
debated on waiting till after, but I thought if it's only on the hill, we aren't gonna get that much traffic. We'll get the connectors open, but
You know, and historically, he's only pulled 160 participants, you know. The only thing is, people have been cooped up and they're just looking for
And they advertise
any,
somehow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Any reason.
The clerk did just text me that we did receive $10,000 in ATV permits this weekend alone.
Where'd they get all those?
online,
Okay,
and
good.
the businesses.
Well, let's do that. Yeah, I'd like to get all the information.
It's complicated, this is a
The damage and
complicated
stuff like that.
thing.
Jackie, why don't we set up a meeting with John?
Okay.
Get his side of it.
Well, there were some accidents too where helicopters were brought in, I believe.
That was
Don't
for,
believe that was-
Tom Krogan.
Oh, that wasn't there two, were they both?
They were on,
Hold on just a second.
Bob's got the end of it.
Oh, sorry.
If I may, it was actually two accidents that were within the confines of that particular event. There was one elderly gentleman that was just a simple patient sign-up, still utilized volunteer emergency services from Turin. And then there was a second one with an ATV crash, 2 injuries. One went by helicopter, one went by ground directly to Syracuse. And then there was the other one that was up in Krogan. That was the third ATV accident that was likely not related to, because it wasn't within the confines of that particular event.
What were the hours of that event?
I don't know, no one told us.
Bumped
That's
into the
problem.
accident, so
No one asked for.
I believe that one of the accidents at least was after the hours of
Yes,
that
that
stupid
was
event.
one
So it
road,
gets-
yes.
I had figured there'd be a number of people, and I
That
had
was
contacted the sheriff's
really-
department to notify them.
The
They
entire
did have
purpose,
patrols out.
I'm with Jerry, we gotta move this to a separate discussion because it is complicated. But the entire purpose of this event law was so that
We knew.
groups like this would stop avoiding us and start engaging with us so that we can make sure if there is a road that's gonna be damaged in the town of Martinsburg, we can close it off. If there's gonna be dangerous intersections, we put people there. That's the purpose of the event law. So, you know,
By setting the level at 250 people, and the participants, it really only affected Snort Run and Buck Run.
Well, we started out at 50 and we got a lot of pushback, so we moved it up to 200. Maybe we need to move it back down.
Well, at least try to figure out what the damage was and how we can cover it, because if it had gone through us, they'd had to have, insurance for that event. So people would have been covered, well, at least, quote, hopefully covered for the damage they incurred.
Well, and part of our law requires them to make sure that they've touched base with each town in which they're gonna have their event, to make sure that they're abiding by whatever the town wants too. So, you know, all of that was bypassed because of the threshold of 250.
Committee.
He's gonna tell you whatever number you want here.
Right, it's a cash event, how do you keep track?
Yeah, you know.
Well, if
The
you
number
number
doesn't matter.
50, it's pretty ludicrous to hold an event that's not gonna draw 50 people.
And then you bring in other events in that really don't need to be.
We had it in there that it was under Jackie's discretion and we could waive it if we felt that it didn't require it.
Leanne, what would your involvement be as far as enforcement of some of the things we believe have been broken? Do you get involved in prosecuting that, or who does that?
I didn't know much about this, I knew about the accidents that occurred in Krogan, because I heard about them and they entered into my territory. So depending upon what was damaged, meaning, I don't know what was damaged in these instances, this is the first I'm hearing about this, but that's often because if something is being investigated, I hear about it when charges come into being. So if personal property was damaged, intentionally in particular or recklessly, if they drove across people's lawns, if there was damage of that nature, and it rises to a threshold, then that becomes a criminal investigation and becomes eventually criminal mischief charges. If they are intoxicated while on the ATVs, that can become an issue if police arrest them at that time. Those become my investigations or criminal charges arise out of that. If they obviously have any traffic infractions as part of that, those tickets come through the office. Any conduct, if they are driving recklessly, if they do any of those things during those events, those become tickets that come through our office. I don't hear about them immediately, but those come through my office. I don't often, I obviously am always aware of the Snort Run, but I was not aware of this event. Obviously it wasn't an official event because of what I'm just hearing in terms of the process. I'm usually aware of the event because I will kind of be aware of something bigger going on, so I'm attuned to it a little bit more. But
if tickets were issued for this event, to participants in the event, eventually that ticket will come to you for your action or something, right?
unless they plead guilty right on the ticket.
Exactly, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep, they'll come to my office in some way, but if I don't know, like, this will kind of trigger this weekend will trigger my looking at the ticket and knowing that this was something that probably happened, and then if there was a multitude of tickets, I'll, I always know when the Snort Run was, so I always was like, oh, that was a Snort Run ticket, and I know that. Otherwise, if people are riding out on their ATVs and get something on just a random day, it doesn't trigger 280 tickets or something, not that everybody got a ticket, but I don't get a multitude of tickets. I don't know if there were a multitude of tickets issued.
I don't either, but I just wondered.
Were there any tickets written this weekend, do you know? Ian?
Do I know? I don't know yet. But if they were just this
I
weekend,
think
today
Mike,
was
I
a Tuesday,
think Mike
so.
issued some tickets.
Joan, I didn't hear you, sorry.
I think Mike Levicker, I know, issued some tickets. I know the DEC was out there at a particular location, but I don't know where those tickets go.
They'll come to whatever town and they'll
Right.
filter through, but, if it was just Saturday or Sunday, I would get them within 4 days.
He said,
Committee, we suggested get more information about that, or whenever we get the information, we'll disseminate it. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, but if you want the number of tickets, just ask whoever was working that night, they'll know how many tickets they issued for that event in those locations. And then that will give you an answer as to how many tickets would have been issued for those events.
Okay, maybe you should ask for us.
Right. You can ask the sheriff.
We
Do you
ask
know who
all
was
the
out?
time.
The sheriff, do you know state police, do you know who was out at the event? And then I can ask them.
The DEC was there, the sheriff's office was there, the state police were there.
Park police,
Okay, well, that's not a narrow version, but.
I just have a question. Why is this coming to the board if there's a law in place for this fine? I guess, why is it a board decision? It will always be a board decision if a fine is implemented.
Well, again, it's not clear, because if he truly didn't know that there were gonna be more than 250 people who were going to attend this event, then he didn't have to abide by this event permit. He just held a poker run. And that's the little dilemma here. And that's why I think, Jackie and I will have to have a meeting with him and get a little bit more of the facts so that we can bring it to the committee.
Did I give you your answer?
Sort of in a big circle.
It's also our first violation.
Yeah, that's.
But in reality, the enforcement to this is the county sheriff who should be enforcing our laws and regulations and bringing this stuff back to us, right?
Well, they should be issuing tickets for
Yes.
any of those The whole reason in having the permit is so that we can let EMS know, let the sheriff's department know, the state police, even NCON, that there's an event, there's gonna be a lot of people, and we can require the event planner to have some people there to monitor things and all, and to alert the towns that they're gonna be running through, and none of that was done.
But Jack, Reverend Derby's gonna say Jackie knew, because
And
he talked to you, and that's the
Well, and
thing.
even before he organized his event, I had called the sheriff's department because I was getting lots of comments on Facebook, lots of posts, phone calls that the businesses weren't allowing people to cancel their reservations. So they had to pay and sit home or pay and come. So people were coming. So I had called the sheriff, said, listen, there's probably gonna be a lot of people out, I really would like enforcement on that day. And, just to cover our bases.
Yeah.
And
So you made the sheriff's department aware that,
so I called them, Terry just called me, said, did you see the Facebook post? Well, at that time I didn't. And found it after and said John was gonna do an event and he was upset because nobody had filled out their application. I said, well, where's your application on your website? He said, well, it's not. We don't have it on our website. We don't have an application. Send me yours. And I said, well, he hasn't applied here. If he has, I'll let you know. But I said, ours only covers county land, county roads, or county trails. And after I looked at it, I said, right now, he's got 4 stops that you don't need any of the county stuff to get there, so it really
At that
doesn't
time,
apply.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the sheriff then, next month.
Well, the sheriff also called me and said, what's the deal? Because apparently John had called him directly as well.
So when did you open the roads over, when did you open it up?
The week before,
So he knew the week before that you opened up Brainingham and
yeah,
Craig and.
excuse me.
I thought they were close to the first.
They were. There wouldn't have been so much traffic.
We'll bring you up, you can, Jerry.
Do what?
We'll meet with him and get you some more.
Any other questions?
I'm quiet.
We have a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion. Are you giving more ideas? Yeah.
I'll second. I was just wondering when Mr. Deshay and the chairman were gonna go up and start fixing the roads again.
Because the roads?
Pretty unsuccessful.
With a shovel?
You don't want to enforce it.
Money we offer, equipment we offer, man.
They don't want to fight
and did it themselves and then tried to sell it. Mark's were-
Nobody would have won.
Actually, over there?
Okay, are we going right into, we got presentations?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we have with us today, and Jenny's gonna provide an introduction, how about that?
Hi, nice to see everybody in person, huh? All right, I'm just gonna take my mask off while I'm right here.
Yep.
So we're here today to talk about some funding that's coming into Lewis County. As you know, there's been an eviction moratorium across New York State for a while, and we actually did a landlord survey. DSS, Snowball Housing, and Lewis County Opportunities participated in that, trying to get landlords surveyed about how many people have not paid rent. So I thought it'd be interesting for you to know how many people responded to our survey. We had 34 responses to the survey by landlords. Actually got a Jefferson County landlord, but she called and removed her information, but she was owed, just FYI, $95,000. So we had 33 people, 33 tenants that owe rent totaling about $190,000 that have not paid. We had 6 tenants that owe 12 months or more of rent. They have not paid the entire eviction moratorium since it was put in place. I'm sure there's more landlords that didn't respond, but you know, the numbers are, you know, some landlords are owed $11,000, $12,000, $13,000, and others are owed smaller amounts. So we're anticipating a big problem when the moratorium lifts. I think there was some misunderstanding with landlords around the moratorium. Evictions still existed if you had a lease violation, you know, you did damage, drugs, other things like that. It wasn't a complete moratorium of zero eviction. The problem was justice court shut down as well, so they really weren't processed, and a lot of landlords just really assumed zero evictions, but it's not true. And Vic has actually called me about someone that's been evicted and living in a storage unit. So
You're getting evicted again.
he's getting evicted again. So there's statewide, we expect a huge issue as soon as the moratorium is lifted.
Jenny, can you tell us what the moratorium actually said? Because I've followed some of this, and I thought there was a piece in there. If you were a tenant paying, and you didn't lose your job, employment, or any money, it didn't apply to you.
Supposedly, yep.
Okay, so that is true. Okay.
It's, the federal CDC said that, but
Yeah.
then New York State added on top of
Okay,
that.
guys, I heard it from, so CDC said it, then New York State said, well, let's improve it, yeah.
Add a little more.
So Jenny, are these all paying people? People that pay their own rent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of your people?
If we pay rent, like we're for rent payee people or public assistance, we're still paying the rent.
You
And
pay
Section
direct
8 still pay their rents.
Yeah.
You pay directly to the landlord?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. So, the moratorium made sense when COVID started, because you didn't want people homeless, filling up our homeless shelters in congregate settings with COVID raging, right? So that kind of made sense. Plus, we know there was this complete economic collapse in the beginning, right? People really lost jobs. And then, remember, people had problems even getting unemployment started. I worked with one guy who'd been 6 months, still could not get his unemployment rolling. So people were really suffering, didn't have the ability to pay rent. The whole idea was work with your landlord, try to figure it out and work on it and file. There's a form you can file about, it's a hardship because of COVID has affected my income. And I want you to think about income in different ways. It's the money you make, it's unemployment, but it also might be you have an increase in cost because of COVID. Daycare went up because the school's closed, and maybe you had to pay more money to provide daycare. Maybe you had to quit your job because you couldn't find daycare and anybody to take care of your kids, right? Or the hours, or you were afraid, or you had an underlying health condition and you work at the Walmart checkout. Maybe it wasn't safe for you to work, right? So all those kind of things come into play. So OTDA, the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, has released some funds in 2 funding rounds, and Jalen's going to go into them, ESG1 and ESG2. She's also going to talk about ERAP, and that's an emergency rental assistance program. So there's going to be 3 different rental assistance programs coming out, and it's all federal money passing through the state, CARES Act and American Recovery Act money. So they did do a portal back a couple months ago. It was incredibly difficult. I'm not sure anybody made it through it. You had to have income standards, so it's a little complicated. Lewis County got together with some key players, public health, Mackenzie, Jalen, Scott, some of us, and we decided that this money coming through, DSS had to submit the plans, that our community partner of Snowbelt Housing would actually manage these programs and make the payments for them. Okay, so they won't be applying to DSS. So I'm gonna queue that up for Jalen, and she's gonna go through some of the requirements for what they have at Snowbelt Housing. So if you don't know
Does everyone
Jalen,
remember?
this is the new Snowbelt Housing Executive Director.
The new Cheryl. Some shoes to fill. I know you guys are used to working with her for a long time. Well, some of you aren't that.
Some of us are.
Were you looking at Dick when you did that?
No.
No, I was looking through him.
Right,
I was
okay.
gonna look across the field.
Trying to see Greg, I know.
Okay, so Snowbelt has a couple different funds and contracts available right now. I wanted to go over them a little bit, one at a time, because all the letters just sort of blend together. It's gonna happen regardless. I do have some handouts, I don't know if you guys want them. This has the income guidelines, because that's really tiny. And then I have a handout if anyone wants an overview of the programs. Sure. That's a little easier to see. Okay, so the STEP COC contract, that's Solutions to End Homelessness Program and Continuum of Care. This is Snowbelt's regular homeless program. So this helps with housing instability. Maybe you're gonna lose your house or you're on the streets homeless. We receive $154,230 per year, and we project to assist 120 individuals. We, for the past 4 years, have gone over that amount of people to help with that amount of funding, so that program is pretty stable. Those funds go from HUD to the state level, to New York State Office of Temporary Disability, to Points North Housing Coalition. They do the point in time survey, so the homeless surveys that are advertised on the TV and stuff. And then Snowbelt manages the program. The biggest difference between the ESG or all the COVID funding and our current funding is the area median income. So the qualification for STEP or COC is you have to be 30% of the area median income for one person. Let's see if I can. I did it. I just wanted to try. For one person, it's $14,000 per year, and the typical household of 4 is $26,500 a year. So you have to make under that in order to receive those that assistance. Did I go forward? Good. Okay, so the ESG, I combined 1 and 2. All of the funds, I think the contract was signed in March or April of this year. So this is technically, we're mostly through the first year of funding, and we just got the funds released. But we have to use all $245,000 by September of next year. So it is split up. Right now, we have $120,000 available, and I'll go over the services that are available under that program. But that also comes from HUD, the New York State Office of Temporary Disability. Lewis County did apply for those funds, and then Snowbelt manages the day-to-day operations.
So
And-
just
Sure.
for clarification, 30% of what?
Of the area median income for
What is
Lewis
that?
County, it's 46,400, I believe.
30%, yeah, okay.
In HUD, you would think it would be an average income per person in Lewis County, but they have a whole 2 pages worth of calculations that they do to determine that number. I tried to simplify it, it was not successful. So they basically, on the availability of insurance or your housing costs and the percentage that's higher across the state, they take that all into account. So that area median income isn't exactly the average, if that makes sense. So let's see, the last one will be the ERAP funding. So there's no direct funding associated with ERAP. That is the actual portal that the Office of Temporary Disability is going to come up with. So landlords and tenants will apply directly through that portal,
and they will be paid through the state. So what is available is under the ESG funds, either DSS or Snowbelt can request a case manager or an additional person to help people enroll, because we're anticipating there's gonna be some hiccups with the state-run portal.
Did you say landlords can apply for this one as well?
Landlords can apply on behalf of the tenant,
Oh,
but
on
they
behalf of the
have to have permission from the tenant.
And
So
then
they
would
need
the payment go to the landlord?
Yes. So I've seen some documentation that said they need written permission from the tenant in order to apply on their behalf. And then if the landlord for some reason doesn't want the state to pay them directly, that's the only reason the state will pay the person directly to pay the landlord, which could get a little tricky, because what's the accountability for them turning it over? So the services for all three are basically the same. So under normal circumstances, we have no shelter funds. So if anyone needs shelter under like normal no COVID time, they would go to DSS first. If it's under 32 degrees, they could get housing. Under ESG, COVID related, we can provide for temporary shelter. So Snowbelt will be paying for hotel costs for people when it's above 32, but we will require that it's only done per day. So we'll do it one day at a time. They have to check in every day unless there is a concrete transition plan. So they have a house open May 1st that they're gonna be housed in, we'll pay for that. We just don't wanna run into the situation where there's no end date, so they could stay in the hotel for 60 days and sort of run into that crutch. St. Lawrence County actually makes their people change hotels every week, and we're considering that, but we also don't wanna run into tourist season and taking up hotel space.
Do we have that now? No, but some of the bigger counties really struggle with this. They, have people stay for months. That's an interesting policy in St. Lawrence County.
I was like, they also have a team of people. That's another reason why we're considering adding that second person, because I have one case manager and she goes all over the county. So if she's not there, I don't want somebody to miss a night of shelter because she's not available. So then we also have quarantine shelter. So if you live in a house that's overcrowded, say an efficiency apartment with 2 people, you can't safely isolate or quarantine in your house, we can pay for that temporary shelter. Do you guys have that as well?
We've been paying it, and that's why we sent invoices to you to.
Yeah, for the reimbursement.
Yep, reimburse us for it.
So Code Blue has always been under DSS and they're continuing to manage that program. It's just right now, the state said, oh, if we put it under ESG funds, then we can use the federal funds before we tap into Code Blue. So we just kind of changed the funding stream on that.
So that's a way for the state to not have to pay Code Blue and shift the payment to the federal government's coverage. So that's why they did it. And a great thing about this actually is, even though I know invoice Snowbelt housing instead of OTBA, if I don't spend the entire Code Blue allotment, whatever I don't spend rolls to ESG. So that helps supplement that. But they only gave me $20,000 this year for Code Blue, so.
And then I think I skipped over it, but the ERAP did increase the area median income to the 80%. So that is a significantly higher level and more people that we can assist in Lewis County under that designation. The other 2 services, that's where it gets a little tricky. So for rapid rehousing, somebody has to be literally homeless. They have to be on the street and then we can rehouse them. And it's almost the same assistance under prevention. But you can get application fees, 3 to 6 months of ongoing rent for assistance with arrears. Under STEP, it's 30%, ESG, it's 50%, and ERAP, it's 80% of your income. With ESG, it's the same services, only the landlord can get additional incentives. So if we could pay a security deposit of 1 month, now we can pay up to 3 months rent of a security deposit, because landlords are resistant to take people in. So if we give them 3 months and they don't pay for 3 months, it gives them a little cushion to start an eviction process or handle that. We can pay utility arrears, deposits, assistance for it. We can also pay for damages that weren't covered by the security deposit if they are letting the property deteriorate while they're in their property. And fair market rent is waived, so that's another requirement for our regular program. The rent has to be comparable and fair market, or HUD won't let us pay that rate. So we have had situations where we've had to find housing out of county because there was nothing available at that time. But right now that's waived, so we can pay the landlords what they're asking for.
Where are you finding the fair market rate?
It's on the HUD website. I believe it's on the bottom of that.
And are they doing it by region?
Yes, yep, by county. And the ERAP, I think that's the most televised right now. It's, hey, you can get up to 12 months of arrears, landlords can apply. The issue with all three is we're not able to release any funding for arrears right now until the moratorium lifts. Because HUD says it's not a real eviction notice, so you can't actually make your tenant leave for arrears, so we can't use that for a basis to pay the landlord. So all of that's on hold until the moratorium lifts, which is another reason we have so much money in the ESG pot right now. We're just waiting for it to lift. And it is up to 15 months, but every 3 months, people have to reapply for funding under ERAP. So they have to confirm that your income is still under 80%. And then under ERAP, you can't have the medical connection to COVID, you have to have a loss of income. So you have to have that. Somebody in your house is unemployed, somebody lost hours, you had increase in daycare or medical expenses. It has to have the income component. Whereas ESGCB, the risk of you moving households put your health at risk for COVID. So kind of everyone qualifies as a COVID connection. But ERAP's a little more strict on the income.
So the first slide, there was a number of $150,000.
Yes.
Is that for just Snowbelt, or is that for the program to share with DSS, Snowbelt, and Opportunities, or they have their own money in that?
The first one, the STEP program, is only Snowbelt funding.
So how much money, if you total it all up, how much money is available in Lewis County to offset eviction? Anyone have any idea?
I need a calculator, but wait. 4.8. 1,065,000. Oh, no, sorry. That is rehab. If you want to renovate your home, that's how much I have available.
I'll take
Looking at the wrong thing.
$212,000 or so that I wrote for. The STEP program is funded through HUD directly. So we're modeling ESG after STEP. ERAP is open-ended. And the portal opens for 30 days statewide. The law indicates small landlords get a priority, so there's a 30-day priority window before you can move to people that are 80% of the area median income. So we can't put a dollar amount associated with ERAP. So because it's a state held humongous.
Yeah, I think
was it $2 million?
ERAP was
$1 million.
I think it was like 32 million for statewide, so that doesn't have, each county needs to spend this amount, like the ESG funds are separated by county first. ERAP doesn't have a county designation, so we need to get our people to apply as well, because it could get eaten up really quick with the city, all the cities, because it's all state. There's have to wait till this minimum spent in Lewis County.
The aggregate total is $220,000. Is that what you said?
That's just the ESG CV money. So that's just the coronavirus emergency shelter that went to Snowbelt. The previous program already existed, so, sorry, 245,000.
Yeah.
to them. So that's extra money to help with that. And then ERAP is open-ended. So there's no debt associated with that till the state hits the maximum. And then it'll shut down.
Okay.
Yeah, so remember, so we have $245,000 of additional funding. And I told you how much we
Never
had.
mind.
Maybe a simpler question. Approaches these guys on the street and says, I'm a landlord, I'm in trouble. Right? You know, who do they call?
You call Carol on your cell phone. And that handout that has the list of services available in the county, the cell phone or the phone numbers are right on top. So even if you just want to cut that top part off and hand it out, you don't have to read the wordy part. But Carol does have a cell phone because she does work in the field. She can be reached anytime. We have an approach that's no wrong door. So if they show up at DSS opportunities or us, we can figure out the percentage and the service name and which acronym they fall under.
Have you guys been hearing from landlords that are frustrated?
Yes.
Well, that was the $196,000 figure, right?
Right, and remember, that was just our little sample. So my assumption is it's much larger than that.
Okay, that's.
I mean, I do have to throw in there that the difference between rapid rehousing and prevention, so we can pay those arrears, that tenant can always choose to move properties. So if they don't want to deal with all that paperwork in the arrears portion, they can choose to move to another apartment. We can pay 3 times the security deposit, pay a higher rent for them. They can move to that new apartment, and then we have no way to recoup those arrears for the landlords.
Yeah, so the old guy, the one guy gets stuck and then the new guy gets 3 times the money.
Yes.
That
And there-
sounds like a typical state.
So there is some assistance with the mortgage moratorium and stuff. So we're trying to come up with a landlord reference sheet for worst case scenario, where have you tried this first, and get some assistance for them to where if they do get stuck in that situation.
The first rule is really trying to get people to not move, to work with the landlords, to make them whole, so people don't have to move. It's expensive to move, sometimes kids change schools.
Yeah.
All those kind of things. So we really want to work with those landlords to keep people housed where they are and try to get the landlord whole. The issue is some people their income was affected and they're having trouble paying rent. There is people that chose to take advantage of this system and they still may not qualify because they didn't have an income reduction. And those people are gonna be in trouble and there's gonna be no way to help them. You can't really live for a year and not pay your rent.
How can they be in trouble if they did not get an income reduction? Why all of a sudden they were making their rent payment before, but COVID comes along and they have no income reduction, but now all of a sudden they can't pay the rent?
No, that's right.
That's right. We had 2 people pay us last month out of our apartments. They were like, oh, well, we didn't have to. So they paid us the whole lump sum. They just stopped paying after COVID. And they were like, we didn't even realize, but their fixed income, Social Security, no reduction change. They just didn't realize it. And then they're like, oh, but I kind of like it here. There's not a lot of places to switch if you make the landlord mad. They're like, oh, sorry, here's $4,000.
One lady that worked with the DSS chose not to pay her rent for 2 months because she wanted a better Christmas for her kids. Probably not helped for that. She had no income reduction, not eligible for temporary assistance. So she's not gonna be eligible here. So figure out how to make your landlord whole or you're gonna get evicted.
And it is frustrating, but under that ESG, if we can assist those landlords with recouping too, that is another way to look at it. So when we're working with this population, it's not always 100% healthy people. So if we have mental health, substance use, those concerns on top of, hey, I got free money, you can understand where some of it was a mistake and why does that always fall on the landlord to not be able to catch up. So I think it's one way to sleep assisting, but it is still helping people because they're landlords and tenants. That's what I keep telling fair housing. Landlords and tenants are people.
Yeah. So there is money. Hopefully we don't run out of it. ERAP is going to be the first choice to go to quickly.
Once that portal is open, because that's open-ended funding, that leaves us our pittance of $200 and something thousand, to then go to after that. So we'll message out, do some press releases, get stuff on the county website about, that portal and when it's available, once we know.
Do you think that the moratorium
Jeez.
will end?
I would say the next 30 days.
I think if they can get this portal up, then they'll end it. But if they can't get a portal up, I think it's gonna be tied to that.
I think it was extended actually because the states didn't have the mechanisms to push the money out yet. That's why the federal government, continued the moratorium. So once this is built, I think, and I hope it lifts in the summer, because in cold, it gets dangerous. So it's better to lift it in the summer, so we can start helping people. I have advised some landlords to start eviction proceedings. There have been evictions going on in our neighboring counties for lease violations. They need to start, and the justice courts need to start hearing them so that we don't have this avalanche. We need to start soon with pieces of it.
For what it's worth, there was a judge too tired to hold court a week ago.
Really? Oh, nice.
I just had to say that.
Get that man some coffee, or woman.
Okay. Any questions, you can reach out to Snowbelt Housing or DSS, and Lewis County Opportunities is a great partner in this as well. They'll be assisting and great outreach with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd ask some more questions, but Lisa's giving me the.
Okay,
Clear as mud.
okay, Ryan, you're on deck, I guess.
Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez.
This shouldn't take.
It's gonna be hours.
Well, that's- 5 minutes.
Twice.
Cool.
That's your favorite. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the COVID.
Wait, hold on, before you hit play.
You got minutes?
You're gonna be.
Okay, so we talked, I guess at the last board meeting about, some hesitation in the community to get vaccinated. We are, as of today, there's a clinic going on right now, for the record, that
I got
people-
that notice on my phone, and they're taking walk-ins until 4:15.
Thank you,
So
absolutely.
we don't need to.
I just had to put my 2 cents in, because I didn't know it was even going on today.
Yeah.
And I didn't know they would take walk-ins.
Well, we probably typically wouldn't take walk-ins, except for, we're not getting people to sign up.
Okay,
So,
people in Copenhagen,
yes.
this
yeah.
is your time.
So we've got clinic today in Copenhagen. We have a clinic on Thursday in Port Light. We are at 8,545 first doses. We're at 6,734 who are completely vaccinated. However, at this point, we can say that the supply of vaccines is no longer the problem. We have been given a sufficient supply of vaccines. As angry as we were at the state at the beginning, they've caught up. And now, it's our residents that are not participating. So part of the things we talked about was kind of a video campaign similar to what we did in the winter to try to encourage people to get vaccinated. There was a study that said, particularly with rural conservative folks, that hearing from local trusted doctors, not politicians, not governor or Dr. Fauci, but local people that they can trust, would make the biggest impact. So that's what we have focused on. We got 5 medical professionals from Lewis County to go on the record on camera and do some ads for us. So this is one that we'll be debuting today. You may have seen the other one featuring Dr. Harney. It came out last week, but we've got one per week for 5 weeks that will be coming out. So this is the one that is debuting today.
Where are they gonna be, Ryan?
Well, they're on social media, and we also sent it out to some of the media. 7 News did a story last night on it, so.
Lincoln Lewis?
Linking Lewis, I've got to connect with Nick. I haven't connected with him yet.
It's on Facebook or?
Yes, the first one was on Facebook. This one will be on Facebook this afternoon. We just got it done this morning, so. Oh, this is the doctor.
My name is Dr. Sean Harney, Chief Medical Officer for Floyd Practices here at Lewis County Health System. I came to Lewis County as an emergency medicine physician in 1993, and I've been here ever since. Lewis County is home to me. It has been, and I consider many of Lewis County residents my family and the rest my neighbors. COVID has been a real trial to the hospital, and all through that time, my biggest concern was trying to help meet the healthcare needs of our community. Yes, I have been vaccinated. I got 2 shots of the Moderna vaccine. I did a lot of research beforehand. Early on in the development in the fall, I had some skepticism about whether I should vaccinate or not, and whether I should have my family vaccinated or not. My research revealed that it was adequately tested. The trials that they did to get the emergency authorization were good trials, and at the first opportunity, I got the shot. Since then, at the first opportunity, my wife and my 30-year-old daughter have gotten their shot. There have been approximately 110 million Americans who have gotten their first shot. This is no longer an experimental vaccine, and I think people can feel safe. We can get rid of all of the effects of COVID on our society if people get vaccinated. I'm tired of hearing about friends and neighbors losing loved ones because of COVID. It doesn't need to happen anymore. It's now a preventable disease. I was not scared of COVID. I was concerned, and the reason I got vaccinated is to protect people I love. I'm looking forward to being able to visit and eat in the homes of my close friends and family in this community. I can't wait for the fair to come back to town. The Lewis County Fair has been part of my life since the year I moved here. I want people to be able to feel comfortable, safe, and be able to participate in our community as a group of neighbors like we did for so long. If you have doubts or questions about COVID vaccination, you should ask a medical professional that you trust, your private doctor, somebody in your community that's qualified to interpret medical data.
So there you go. Do you guys want to see the other one, or do you get the gist?
Who's doing?
The other one is Katie McHugh. And then Dr. Palmer, Dr. Leindecker, and then there's a nurse practitioner that has been interviewed as well. And then our last piece is we have Joe Bush, who we interviewed as a survivor, and he, kind of nails the message home of, okay, you're not afraid of COVID, that's fine, but look what it's done to my life. And, he said he was a very good messenger, although we have about 38 minutes of audio of him. So
Only
we're trying
38,
to
that's pretty
cut
good.
that.
Maybe that's what some of our folks need to hear.
So I think another great job by this video team. They did a great job for us around Christmas. So I'm pleased with this for now. So that's all I have for the, unless there's anything else, Andrea.
Joe Bush is also, business is up for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, what was this business?
Catalog.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he came back.
I would just like,
Catalog.
Oh, catalog.
I don't know how to say this, but are we really advertising our clinics like we should be? Because I didn't, not that I need to know about company. I didn't know until I got the alert on my phone. And I think that's very sad for people who might be looking to get vaccinated. Have we dropped the ball, or?
I saw 2 days ago, I think, I saw the advertisement, or maybe it was yesterday, I was like, wow, walk in. So I've been seeing the advertising, so I don't know.
So we're on social media. Other than that, we have not, now, other than social media, you get into paid ads like newspapers,
right.
TV.
But it has been out there, I just haven't seen it.
The public health has pushed it out online through we have weekly, Ashley has been on the radio every Thursday, has done interviews with Brian Trainer, so, you know, we've tried to push it out through the radio. My interpretation is the problem is lack of demand. I don't know if there's if there's someone out there that wants the vaccine, it would be very surprising to me if they were, geez, I didn't know they were here somewhere. You know, if you wanted it by now, you kind of researched it and found. But I think we need to do more, which is why, you know, these videos are important, and I think we got to continue to push the message.
So anyone can call public health if they're interested
Yes.
in a
yes,
vaccine?
Absolutely. Yep, they can call public health, they can go online. And as of, you know, this week, everybody 60 and older is eligible. So there is no, you know, we're working on one thing that, you know, we don't have the freezer capacity for the Pfizer vaccines. But if you're 16, 17, or 18, the only qualified vaccine right now for that age group is Pfizer. Moderna will be approved soon, we believe, but right now that's the only one. So we have been talking with Jefferson County about doing a joint clinic for school-age children that are in that 16, 17-year-old age group. But, you know, we have to be, my message would be, you know, we need to be ambassadors to the community, and when you encounter somebody in your family or friend or you know, or constituent that is, you know, kind of hesitant and using some of that language that we've all heard about it's too fast and I'm not worried, you know, we should be prepared with those talking points to give it right back to them, because it is important. And you know, it seems to me it's the same people that didn't like all the restrictions that we had to do are now the same people that don't want to get vaccinated. So I don't quite understand how you can have it both ways, but that is, you know, what we're dealing with.
And we've got a small faction out there that their doctor has told them not to get it.
That's true, yes, yeah.
So we have to remember that our doctors, specifically our primary care doctors, are wonderful at what they do, but they're not, and that's what I'm kind of telling people, is that they are not experts in public health. You know, they're not experts in, you know, these vaccines, and so.
Well, I agree.
Yeah,
I think it's ridiculous that this doctor told my granddaughter not to get it. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so personally,
But
I
she's gonna
know
listen to her doctor.
yeah, I know, you know, physicians who don't necessarily support it, but I would still, you know, trust these doctors with my life, but I don't necessarily agree with that opinion because they might not be the expert in that. So I guess that's how I'm encouraging people who've been hearing that from physicians, is that, you know, you wouldn't go to your primary care doctor, you know, for cancer. You go to a cancer doctor, you know, so maybe you don't go to your primary care doctor for, you know, just, so that's my 2 cents on that.
That's excellent, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 doctors. The big message is, don't go do your own research on the internet. Don't do research on social media. Don't talk to your cousin who was a nurse. Call your.
Unless I'm Tiffany.
Unless it's Lisa. Call your medical professional. Call someone that you trust in your life, and you know, 90% of the time, it's not going to be a doctor that's going to guide them in the different direction. But you know, hopefully, push them towards a medical professional. You know, hopefully, we can drive those numbers up. So.
Have you got the latest numbers of the healthcare providers at the hospital that have not been vaccinated?
Yeah, it's
something like a third,
sitting around
isn't it?
60% total vaccination at Lewis County.
So about a third haven't been yet.
Yeah.
There is some discussion out there, and you've probably seen some of it, but there are hospitals that are mandating that if you're going to continue to work here and serve the public, you're going to get your vaccinations. Otherwise, you're putting our patients at undue risk. And one of them's in Texas, which I found very interesting because I didn't think that would ever happen in Texas.
My guess is,
but
public hospitals in New York will face a very uphill battle.
Yeah.
Imagine the lawsuit you had on that.
Okay, are we ready? As long as we're talking about vaccines, I really want to take a moment to thank everyone who has volunteered. And there's many, I can't even begin to list departments or people or retired people who have taken part in this and still do. And I just wanted to be known that I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're ready for dockets?
Okay, the first docket is a resolution adopting policy for smoke-free county buildings and grounds, to include tobacco, marijuana, and e-cigarettes.
Okay, any questions or discussion?
Is this upgrading what we already have then?
It should.
Marijuana and e-cigarettes?
You didn't have one. Back in 2011, it was brought up and then tabled. We kind of know the reason why, but certain members of the board were smokers. I wasn't talking about you, Phil. But, so it was tabled and never brought up, although the hospital implemented the policy back in 2007. In 2011, the board tried to initiate it for the county buildings again, and that's when it was tabled. So this is very similar to the, we followed what the hospital had in place and now added marijuana to it.
That's what I thought, yeah. Okay.
So what does this do to some of the employees that go outside and smoke over by the courthouse? They're not gonna be able to do that.
You can make your campus.
Yeah.
All the
Be on the sidewalk then.
You can make the campus smoke-free, that's what the law says.
And Ryan said that, the court facility wanted this, right?
Yeah, well, this came up, renewed interest after the marijuana legislation passed. Now you can step right outside our door and smoke marijuana. I think in the past, people weren't as concerned about people stepping out of court or out of a probation meeting to smoke a cigarette. That mood changes a little bit when maybe they're smoking something else. So that was why it kind of.
That'll be the better mood.
Yeah.
So this means that we got until May 1st if we go outside and smoke.
Yes.
That's it, that makes it.
Well, that's it.
We'll go to the sidewalk to do it, Larry.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Any nays? Okay,
Resolution appointing Kathleen Sitko of Glenfield, New York, and Geraldine Watkins of Port Lyden, New York, as members of the Lewis County Office for the Aging Advisory Council, effective May 5th, 2021 through December 31st, 2023.
any questions or discussions? Okay, all in favor? Opposed?
Resolution to appropriate funds in the Office for the Aging account in the amount of $20,436 to recognize funds awarded from New York State Consolidated Appropriations Act related to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Any questions or discussions? Okay, all in favor? Opposed?
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to the Public Health Department to abolish one full-time public health nurse position, grade 35, and create one per diem public health nurse position, grade 35.
I'd like to, I spoke with Ashley just before this meeting, and we need to amend that from a full-time public health nurse to a full-time registered nurse. So again, that would make the per diem from public health nurse to registered nurse, which is a grade 33, 2 grades lower than a public health nurse. The current incumbent who is retiring is a registered nurse, not a public health nurse.
So we don't want the full-time, we just want to.
So, last year we added a position knowing that person was going to be retiring because of funds we had. So knowing those funds only lasted for a short period of time, we were then gonna move them. So because we have a couple leave of absences coming up with maternity leaves and such, and this employee has decided she'd like to stay on to help through those and help with vaccination clinics and that type of thing, so we can afford that.
Any more questions? All in favor? Opposed?
Resolution authorizing agreement between Lewis County Department of Social Services and SUNY Potsdam to provide training projects for the Department of Social Services beginning January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 at an amount not to exceed $7,200.
Any questions or discussion?
What kind of training?
SUNY Potsdam provides us with multiple offerings of training. Of course, they've turned a little virtual, a lot on leadership, on supervision, and how to be better managers of that. And that's all state funded, it's zero local share.
Any more questions or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Resolution authorizing agreements between Lewis County Department of Social Services, New York State Office of Children and Family Services, and Community Action Planning Council of Jefferson County beginning January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Any nays? Do I need a motion to adjourn? Second, thank you. Virtual. We take 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Need a motion to approve the minutes from the March 16th meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Greg, second by Phil. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. And now we'll move on to the big picture. Remember, figures don't lie, but liars do figures.
Tom reminds me that every time I talk about finances.
True.
It's true. This thing doesn't have a mute though.
You don't have to worry.
Not up there. I'm working on it.
Oh, it's coming.
Are we done?
No, really, you're watching play with the monitors. Come on, let's go.
We're waiting for IT.
Oh, that's the one. Well, there you go. We're done.
I'll second.
Show it to us in print and we'll be able to deal with it that way.
I already showed you guys, this is.
Yeah,
I've seen, this will be the third time I've been through this.
On the wall, you mean on the wall one? No mind you on that, don't you?
Yes.
You only got 15 minutes and 5 of them are already gone.
We're holding you to it too.
Tough crowd, Ryan.
We can adjourn to your office.
I can tell some jokes.
We've all seen the wall in there. So why do we have to see it again?
Wait, no,
because
let's
you
go back to the jokes, yes, tell some jokes.
This is
Right
new and
now.
improved.
Oh, we should discuss it without you, because you're the one putting it on the wall.
The whole point of this is to put it on the tee so you guys can decide what to do.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Fix your finances.
If you got left, 11 minutes.
Less than that.
A TV show years ago, probably older than you, called The Big Picture.
Well, I don't know that one.
Right.
I was dating himself there.
All right. Yes, this is exactly what I've talked to you all about in my office, but we need to go over it as a group and then discuss as a group, okay? So our general fund balance sits at 18 million. Our cash balance sits at 27 million. We also have an additional $2.4 million in our capital accounts. In those capital accounts, there's 1.6 million specifically that's set aside for these projects. You've got the highway roof account, the DSS renovation account, and the capital buildings account. So before we can get into our project, we know for a fact we've got at least $1.6 million set aside specifically for this project, in addition to our fund balance and our other capital balances. Here's where we're at with the renovation project. This is just an update. The full report is due to the board on June 24th. The new DSS building, the renovation of the DSS building is looking like it might be around 5 million. The new highway garage is 17,000 square feet. It's looking like it's gonna come in around 6 million. The new highway cold storage, replacing the lean-to we have there now, is clocking in around 1 million. Renovate existing highway garage is coming in around 1 million. And then we'll need a new Board of Election storage barn and maintenance garage. We're not quite sure the square feet of that, but that's gonna be close to 1 million. And contingency and engineering will be another 1 million, so we're putting us around 15. Now, I wanna emphasize, this is just an update. These figures are gonna be much more detailed once we get the report back from CNS. How do we pay for it? Now, like I've been talking with Phil and the rest of you guys, there's more than one way to skin a cat when it comes to this. There's lots of ways we can go about it. You've got $15 million to cover. If you use 1 million from fund balance, 1 million from capital, that means you only have 13 left to bond. 13 million at 2% for 20 years is a $780,000 annual payment. It's worth noting that right now, the bond rates for municipalities with our credit rating are around 1.5 to 1.6%. So 2% is being conservative. The annual payment of $780,000, we already have budgeted $490,000. We've been carving that out over the last couple of years in the budget. We have New York State having to pay their share of the DSS square footage. That comes in about $185,000, rough math. We've got Board of Elections rent that we'll no longer have to pay, so that money can be reallocated. That leaves only $47,000 left. So, you know, that is pretty amazing that we basically got this project paid for without even having to raise tax or anything. The other thing is we've got $206,000 coming in next year from the Roaring Brook project, okay? So those are additional funds that if we follow our tradition, we won't use for operational expenses. I'm gonna hire 3 employees with those funds because what happens in the 21st year when they don't pay anything, right? That's not what we do. We try to put those towards debt payments or one-time capital expenses, which I think is a good tradition that we should continue. Next steps, June 24th. Like I said, the final report from CNS will be delivered. I think that'll be sooner. I think these guys are closing in on a lot of very specifics. and I think they might be able to get you that report sometime in May, honestly. July 6th, this is just me kind of, setting out a timeline that kind of sets us forward. Obviously, it's flexible. July 6th, we have a board meeting. At that time, if we're satisfied with what we've seen from the final report with CNS, we could engage with a contract for CNS for the design phase. So far,
That's not set in stone, is it?
No, it's not set in stone, but that's what would be the natural. I'm trying to show how this project would move forward. So you could contract with CNS for the design phase at the BOL meeting there. July through September, CNS is going to be hard at work designing the project and preparing the bid documents. We've got a meeting October 5th. I'm thinking that around then is when we would want to release the bids, make a motion to put the bids out. We've always said fall bidding for spring construction is the best time to get the best prices. December 7th, we could, receive the bids. They'll have been out for a couple months, accept the bids and award the contracts. And then December through January, we're preparing the bond documents and executing the bond. April 2022, shovels in the ground. So obviously this is subject to change, but I'm trying to get everybody on board with a timeline that very well could be what moves this project along. Solid waste upgrade, just real quick, because we're gonna need this committee to act shortly on this. We did accept the bid for the new tipping floor, that's about 1.3 million. We did not accept the bid for the scale house. So I plugged in 250 because even if we do it ourselves, you're gonna have to pour a slab. You're gonna have to run electrical conduit from a different part of the campus. You're gonna have to put in a septic system. So I'm thinking we're gonna be in this for 250 even if we piecemeal it and do it ourselves. Plus we've gotta get the corresponding equipment yet, right? We're switching from compacted 40-yard closed containers to open 100-yard containers. So we still have a couple trailers we need to buy. That leaves a $1.8 million project total, which is close to what we budgeted from the beginning. I would recommend, although this is up to the board certainly to decide, that we use $600,000 from our fund balance. We borrow $1.2 million from the general fund. As we saw, that's got, plenty of money into, we can be the bankers for ourselves. And then what we'll need soon is an MOU for $1.2 million from the general fund to the solid waste fund, a 2% interest for 20 years. That would be around a $72,000 annual payment, which according to our calculations, they should have no problem covering at solid waste. So soon, we're gonna need to act on that MOU because we're gonna have contractors starting and they're gonna start to get to substantial completion on things, and we're gonna need to write checks. When we get to that point, we're gonna need the cash available. So that'll be coming down the pipe soon.
Right. Just back up just for a second.
Yeah.
So an MOU, 1.2 million at 2%, does solid waste have the cash flow to support that?
Yeah, so their fund balance right now is about 900,000. So if you bring it down from 900 to 600, that's going to be more than 20% of their annual operating is about 1.9 million.
So you said use 600,000.
Right.
So you're gonna bring it down from 9
to 3.
To 3.
Right. But their annual operating expenses is 1.9 million. So 10% of that would be 190,000. So we'd be still, well within safety for, that's up to you guys. However you want to do it. You want to make it 500, 400, 300, it doesn't matter. It's just, it's simple math.
Seems like a fairly large deduction out of their fund balance.
Well,
Makes me a little nervous
They are,
with costs going up.
and I think, this might address Larry's question and Greg's thought there too. They are running in excess. They have, I think, annually. And I do believe early on in this process, Kip analyzed the operational efficiencies from this new project, and that was going to save them. I don't remember the number.
$62,000.
Yeah, $50,000 to $60,000. So I think given a regular excess of their normal operations and improved savings from this change, I believe they can support the debt payment. And if we draw their funds, I don't really believe it puts them at risk of running out of cash.
So what's their normal surplus,
I have a hard time saying normal, but
I think it really depends on the year because
yeah.
last year we did a ton of C&D. people redoing, their homework quarantine, people are redoing bathrooms, and, we had a lot of C and D come in. Then there's years where we don't have as much. I think in my time here, we've seen it, when we were really struggling with recycling, they barely broke even, I think like 18, but 19, 20, we've seen it at least, 70 to
So
100.
we don't need that number now, but we're gonna need that number in order to.
Yes.
Figure this
Yeah.
out.
So leaving them with a $300,000 fund balance, this is an enterprise fund, okay? So think of it the same as a village water fund or a sewer fund. Typically, you would want at least a 10% fund balance in that fund for cash flow purposes, for a big breakdown. I mean, I can't imagine what could break down. That would be a $300,000 expense. But regardless,
Front end loader,
300,000, we just bought a new one. We just bought it.
195,000.
Well, the point is this, for my training and the way I understand government finances, a 10% fund balance is plenty healthy, and we're leaving them with like 17, 18% by keeping it at 300,000. So, but I'm totally, it makes no difference to me. We want to make that $1.3 million loan and leave them with 400,000, that's fine. I think that's great, it's money we owe to ourselves. If they can't make the payments, there's literally no consequences. We can fix it. So, however you guys want to do that, that's going to be coming down the line. Yeah, Dick.
Brian, the bid that we rejected, what was the low bid on that? That was 300 and something, right?
Yes, it was 370 something.
Okay, then to me, the elephant in the room is, we've got to recognize, why was that so much? Is it a
Construction.
or is there gonna be a carry-on into some of those other estimates, which might change that?
You mean this
The high amount
project?
of the bid.
Yeah,
Well,
when will we know? This came out of the blue as far as I was concerned.
you're not going to know. I mean, I think in order to predict what the market is going to be for spring 2022 construction, I think would be very difficult. I hope that what we're seeing right now with lumber and concrete and conduit and all those types of things, I would hope that's a function of short-term microeconomics, supply, outpacing demand. Eventually, the price is going to get so high that people won't buy, and eventually your stockpile will increase, and prices will return.
Hasn't started yet.
No. So
You know how much a sheet of plywood is right now?
It's like $42 or something.
No, it's about 50, went up. Roofing materials, one day, I made the difference between one day. I bought at $97 a square. The next day it went to 108. The next day.
So obviously now is not the best time to be bidding out these projects, which we're lucky because we're not bidding them out now. We're bidding them out.
We're getting estimates from CNS, right?
Yeah.
Where's their, they got a magic
They're
ball?
thinking about, no, they don't, but they're thinking about 250, like for DSS, they're clocking in around $250 a square foot, which they're acknowledging they've bumped up to, try to accommodate some of the market. If
Even close.
They're saying, Greg, that they expect it to peak this summer, so dropping off in the fall.
I doubt it.
Right. And that's a
You're selling the stuff. You know
That's
it's
what I'm
gonna.
looking at. Well, like you say, it's a prediction.
I don't think it's a reason for us to slow down with any of these plans. Until we get the bids in hand, you can decide then if it's too high and reject it. But my recommendation would be, we gotta keep moving forward. I mean, the solid waste aside, this will take care of itself. I'm not worried about the $250,000 because we'll do that. Who cares? If we gotta do it 3 years from now, it doesn't bother me. But the other main project, the 15 million we're talking about, this is a project that could have been done in 2008, it wasn't done. It could have been done in 2011, it wasn't done. It could have been done in 2015, it wasn't done. We can keep kicking the can down the road. I think everyone here has agreed that, we have to take care of our buildings and have to take care of the people that work in them. And so, this might not be unanimous support for this project here, but we've got to get to 6 or 7 votes, because if we wait for unanimous, we're going to be sitting right here in 2030 waiting for the same thing. So, I'd love to get us all on the same page, but I don't see where that's happened in 20 years in Lewis County. So we gotta move with what we've got. That's my analysis. So,
What's the strategic plan for DSS? Where are you gonna put all those people? You got that planned out?
not yet.
Or you gotta put a tent up?
We're gonna have to buy a storefront, rent a
A
storefront.
storefront?
Sure.
Where?
We only need to accommodate about 20 employees. The rest spend time on the road, and we've proven from the summer they can work from home for a few months, so we can make it
For how long?
4 or 5 months.
Oh, yeah, okay. 4 or 5 months, they're gonna do that building. Good luck with that one too.
Okay, 6 months, 8 months, we'll make it through. Trust me, these employees will work wherever they need to in order to not have to work where they're at now.
You got a pretty big building with lots of floors downtown, 439,000 for sale right now.
Yeah, so there's lots of options.
Even if you had to buy that.
What building?
The old furniture store across from Gary's. It isn't optimum, but I'm just saying for a thought, there's
Yeah,
one thing
sell
that
it.
we can know about, you know?
So that was the whole purpose of this. I want to continue this discussion because, we're at the point where we've got to make sure, I don't want to drift too far away from where the board is. We continue to work with CNS. Jerry and Larry have been with us every step of the way. So I just want to make sure we're all kind of still feeling that this is the direction to go.
Ryan, I'm not suggesting it's not the way to go. I'm just saying, as we work through this, just be cognizant of there's gonna be changes and stuff. That 15 million, I think, is gonna change.
Yeah.
If it changes, so what? Our rate of interest borrowing still 1.5%.
Yes.
But, just be cognizant it's in the back of our minds, so we don't get to that point and somebody say, oh, it's too much money, we didn't know it was gonna be that much money.
Yeah, I agree completely. And one thing that gives me, hope here is that our fund balances are incredibly healthy to the point where, even if it comes back 18 million, okay, you can still bond 13 by putting 5 down. We have the cash to float this and make it work. Other thoughts?
One of the things, we're talking about DSS and stuff like that, and I'm just throwing it out there for what it's worth. We are potentially building another building for, Board of Elections and this and that, and maybe if we build that first, for housing 20 people, when we renovate the old DSS, that'd be adequate for that between,
Yeah, good point, Jerry.
but that's potentially an option if we build that first. And I don't see why we can't do that before we do the
Absolutely. Good point. We could. Yep.
The Commons has space too.
Commons has some space. There's space that the hospital looked at in the Ames Plaza next to Tops. So, we're not looking for a lot of space. We're not looking for a lot of time.
There's alternatives out there.
Yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna move on to the next thing. If you're, Tom, you ready?
Yeah, you're only over by a couple minutes.
Way over.
I figure if you gave a couple off it, you'll be even.
We're gonna need your credit card to order a pizza with it. $3.
Got 5 minutes?
Got it. All right, what I want to do here is run through kind of the tentative plan. I didn't want the staff to spend, a ton of time, what we need to get you eventually is a briefing book that shows exactly, how we're gonna handle each of these programs with much more specifics. But I didn't want to go there until we all agreed that these are some items that we're kind of on the same page about. I want to, work towards spending that money. So the goal today, we each heard this individually. I want to make sure as a group that we're on the same page. Broadband, what we had recommended, total commitment from stimulus was $1.5 million. We've already dedicated $1 million, so that's already there. The ad hoc committee is being formed by Chairman Dahlhoff. We're utilizing DANK for technical assistance, and as you saw today, we're moving ahead with grant applications. So, this project here is actually moving along quite nicely. And I just want to make sure everyone is on board, maybe there's an appetite to add a little more to that. We set aside $1 million, maybe we keep it at $1 million and see, how far that takes us. But, this is definitely a part of our stimulus funding going forward. We kind of already made that decision last month.
Well, we put $1 million toward it, right? And
Yeah.
Cassie needed 100,000 to go get $1 million.
200, 20%.
Okay, 200, to get $1 million.
Yeah.
So then you've got your 2 million.
Well, sure.
There you
So
go.
my thought would be that this would be our share of, hopefully we do land more grants. So we spend 200,000 out of this in order to get $1 million more. We continue to use these funds to kind of set us up to secure more grants. So,
Cuomo's got money coming out.
yeah, there's gonna be
He's trying
federal
to-
broadband.
He's trying to dish out money to, so that he can keep under the radar.
There's gonna be state broadband funds, there's gonna be federal broadband funds, there's gonna be a lot of money out there. And in my personal opinion, I think we're as well positioned as anyone in the state of New York to capture those funds. I think we're ahead of the curve by a
So
lot.
why would we want to put more stimulus money towards it
Okay?
when we can utilize it elsewhere?
Sure, then we got.
We got infrastructure issues too.
But if you spend it elsewhere and then you need it back, you've already spent it, so.
Well, you got a fund balance.
Yeah, we do.
You keep saying.
Okay, property cleanup fund, 55,000 is where the current balance stands. This, along with broadband, I think this idea is already pretty well fleshed out. You've heard from Cassie, you've heard, us talk about this before, you kind of understand where we're at with this. We would talk again about an ad hoc committee. We'd use a matrix to rank projects submitted by the legislators. It just sounds familiar, things that we've talked about the last couple months. So total stimulus commitment that we're recommending is $1 million. The question is this a sufficient amount, and do you want to add more? One project like the brick block building could easily take 30% of that. So, what's our level of commitment to this? And, how do we want to kind of use these funds? So that would be my question is, are we committed at $1 million? And is there any thought behind maybe adding more fund balance?
Brian, the $1 million will go into like a savings account.
Correct.
And then be spent as items are identified.
Yes.
Okay. We can do that with the stimulus money?
I'm not sure yet. The federal government hasn't been exactly clear on what we can do with stimulus money, but what I do know is we'll have no problem capturing the stimulus money. So say we capture it and add to our fund balance, then we can take that and move it over here. So I think one way or another, we should be okay with that.
We haven't voted on that ad hoc.
No, you have not. This was all kind of still in the first stages. Okay, recreation and trails, total stimulus commitment from rec and trails would be 1.5 million. The goal here would be perhaps an investment in rails to trails, development of Black River boat launches. Jackie has a couple of properties that we could utilize to improve for some waterfront areas. Bike trails and walking trails on county property, that was something that legislator Gilbert brought up, and when we talked one-on-one, some more walking and biking trails will be a good thing. And then, overall improvements to our recreation infrastructure, which continues, as we've talked about, to be strained. So the more money we can put into that, the better.
I think we ought to kick $2 million into that.
Well, there you go. You can take $500,000 from broadband and put it over.
Put it over there because, we could develop a much better system. Really.
Well, maybe this will be our opportunity to finally move forward on the railroad tracks.
I think that's a great idea. Plus I think we could go out to the public a little bit more with maybe getting easements, so that we can use.
Yeah.
We don't have to use so many roads maybe, but who knows,
Part of what Jackie would like to do is if she had some more funds available, secure in the deed some of our critical linkages.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because we are, there's some very critical passages from one trail system to another that are dependent upon one landowner. And without, we've had the situation where we've been stuck. Remember this winter with snowmobiles, so.
So, not to get too far in the weeds here, but the problem with easements is they're under the general obligations law, they're not excused if they're paid for the property. So can the county somehow obtain that insurance for the landowner.
Generally, there cannot be consideration paid.
Well, if,
For them to have that-
if they sell an easement, that's consideration.
Right,
So they lose that coverage on the general obligations law.
right.
My thought was maybe the county could buy trail insurance and additionally insure that landowner. Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we need to bring.
I thought about
Trails to
Think
trails.
hard.
We're on a walkability action plan that's gonna start in May about walking trails. This is Kevin been planning, so that's also.
I think that's part of rails to trails would be, you could make, don't you think, Larry, you can make it both?
I
Is it
can't,
wide enough?
the potential of that railroad, particularly going to Carthage,
Yeah.
for a trail connector for AT, it could be multi-use, because in Lions Falls, hikers, bikers, horses, ATVs in the summertime, they all use that trail concurrently, and everybody gets along fine. So, you know, that to me is, you know, the options for that connector are just
You could go from Carthage to Krogan.
Yeah.
It's
You know-
miles, you know, I mean, you know, because you watch some of these programs where, you know, you go to West Virginia or Virginia, they have thousands of miles of
They
trails.
do the same thing.
Yeah, you know, and it's like, you know, they got wheelers and UTVs rolling all over down there. And they don't seem to have a problem.
Glenfield to Lions Falls, what is that? Is that landowners?
Glenfield to
They gave us.
Glenfield to Burgess Crossing is owned by, the snowmobile club. Snowmobile or the, I think it's a snowmobile club.
And then the rest of it?
Snowmobile. I think that's how that works.
Isn't there a natural gas company that gives us that connection too?
I don't.
Well, then from Burgess Crossing to Lions Falls, the county owns.
Oh, okay, okay. Was that part of an old railroad bed?
Yeah. There was.
It was.
The railroad bed that went all the way to Carthage.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay.
And then, Marx's and the other big farmer, not Lenningham, who's the other one in Glenfield? Flower shop, Liz. They bought a lot of that railroad track in Glenfield so that it was no longer possible to run it all the way from Glenfield to Malvern.
Okay.
Well, I think Rails to Trails is a effort worthy of our time and expenditures, and, you know, I'd love nothing more than to get back negotiating with those, railroad folks. So I think it's great.
You say that with a straight face?
I'd love nothing more to start negotiating with them with some other terms on the table, such as eminent domain.
With a gun?
Yeah, wait. You have to go hunting with a
You
12-year-old.
see, they're taking the railroad tracks out from Saranac Lake to Lake Placid.
Are they?
Yep.
So this is an interesting program that Kevin from Cassie's office kind of came up with. I have done similar programs when I worked in municipal government, but can you open up that other thing from Kevin real quick? Basically, it's $450,000 that would go in a fund, and when buildings in a prescribed downtown zone, and we'd have to give each village hamlet, you know, its own downtown zone. Yeah, I just want to scroll down on this a little bit. See, yeah, go back. Look at this, look at this. This is the message that we're sending, you know, in our downtown.
Did you not take those pictures?
Kevin did.
What's the one
Scroll
on the
down.
left?
What's that?
Port Light.
Fort Light, okay.
You know, look what we used to have compared to kind of what we're dealing with now.
But they're selling goats.
Ladies, suits, and goats.
Goats.
That's what it says up there.
I mean, here's Harrisville, you know, what a shame here that we're not, you know, doing more for the image of our businesses. And there's some good examples too, but the point of this fund would be, you know, and look at these other places, you know, there's no reason our community couldn't be more like this.
Can that be shared with us?
Yeah, sure. The point of this would be to have a fund set aside, one, to directly assist landowners. So if you own a building in downtown, and then this is a perfect picture from what Livingston County did. That was how it was on the left. Once they got this fund going, that's how it looks on the right. And basically what this fund would do is if that owner of the coffee shop and restaurant wants to put in new windows and paint and a new wooden door and spruce things up, it might be a $60,000 project. Well, we could match up to 20% to help from that fund. So we're giving them an incentive. Hey, I'm never gonna get a better deal than now to spruce up my place. And in turn, kind of spruce up our villages. So pretty cool project. I definitely support it. But I want, you guys have all heard me talk about it individually. I want to make sure as a team, we're kind of, willing to go that direction. Okay, you can go back to it.
I love the public art idea that we had.
So there's lots you could do with that. Our guess is that there's not gonna be that much demand for us to spend $450,000, frankly. So we have to do other things like public art and, try to secure some grants and stuff.
Ran out of batteries.
Time's up.
Yeah, exactly. We set it up. It was
Let's go make a motion.
So let me go forward.
You are long-winded though.
Won't go forward. Just click to the next. It's done. No, it's not done.
Make a motion, we buy a new clicker.
I don't think we got the money.
Ay.
Yeah, you saw the fund balance, we got lots of money.
There we go. Population attraction and retention. I'm still stuck. Anyway, population attraction and retention is $500,000 project for, basically, it would extend the Careers Here program that we do through Pratt Northrum. It would extend it to people, right now it ends at age 21. We'd extend it to age 26 or 27. And that would, hopefully get some of those young professionals that are kind of figuring out where their life's gonna take them before they take off to another city or another community. Maybe we can get them hooked up with an employer right here in Lewis County. We would help through this fund pay, part of their salary for 6 months.
But that program is not very publicized. Do you know that?
Oh, I think it's very publicized.
No, it is not.
Well, we run out of slots.
I talked to Lisa just
Oh, really?
yesterday.
Okay, well,
I think it's a quiet one and you learn from other students that
That
it's
could be.
available.
yeah, but there's not a lot of slots available, so it fills up very quickly. So, but, the problem with publicizing it is, we already get too many applicants. If you publicize, you're gonna get way too many, but maybe that means we should.
But it's not really fair the way it's going,
Yeah, that's probably true. It's more word of mouth. It should be more,
because I think the people that really could use it or be a part of it are excluded.
Yeah, that could be, very well could be. So we gotta look at that too.
From talking to Lisa yesterday, that's kind of how we feel.
Okay, well, good. Then we need to look at that as, maybe we can do something with marketing or more of a lottery system rather than first come, first served.
Well, people need to know about it.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
So that's 500,000, and then the last project is a childcare program that Cassie and Brittany at the IDA have worked with JCC and the Child Advocacy Center. They've put together a very detailed program, which I actually printed out for everybody. So before you go, I'm going to send you guys home with some reading material. Basically, it's a 5-year plan to improve and increase the childcare providers in Lewis County. Their commitment that they're asking for is $100,000 towards that. So if you look at the total, it brings us to the 5.1 million that I thought it was 5.4, but if you go back and look at the legislation, it's 5.1 for Lewis County. So that brings us to the 5.1. What I would like to do is turn each of these items into a very detailed proposal that the board can approve. But I'm not gonna spend all that staff time if you guys aren't on board with these. So I'm looking for a green light to flush it out a little bit further. Oh, and one more slide, I'm sorry. These are some of the other ideas. I apologize. These are some of the other ideas that came from our legislators. fuel system canopy, for 200,000, a tax stabilization fund, something we talked about. Community center is definitely something that came up from multiple legislators. Incentives for the South Louis school buildings and New Bremen bike trail. So some very good ideas. You know, we may want to incorporate some of those or utilize some of our fund balance for some of these, because we certainly can afford to do so. So then next steps. There we go. So how do we want to proceed?
I'll let you break down the 5.1. My only concern is if we spend money that the state would have eventually spent.
With broadband?
Yes, that's my only concern with broadband. But I do think because we've already done that survey, which New York State is now going to do, but we've already had our survey. So I do think that marching ahead with 1.5 would be good to stay ahead of things.
I thought we were gonna kick $500,000 off that. We only approved $1 million. And then put the other half in the trails. This still think trails is good. Need it.
I think
Well,
school
I think
kids
before, you know,
need to be thought about.
we don't know, at this point, we haven't had a meeting, we haven't fleshed out of what the cost for broadband is actually going to be. So until we get some kind of a handle on what the scope of that is, I hate to reduce it too much because, you know, so let's say it's $5 million and we get both grants, we're 3.5.
Yeah.
So I think it's too early in the game to cut that out, in my mind, right now. In fact, I might even boost it 500,000, but I agree with you, I'd like to see the other one boosted, the rails and trails too.
I mean, we're gonna kick $1 million into that for broadband. And then we're gonna see how we go with grants, and we could be up to $3 million. You know, and then if we need to, we go, you know, a couple of years, we
The other
throw
side,
another $1 million.
you're right, because the other side of that is, it's gonna take us 5 years to build that out anyways.
Yeah.
What's that, broadband?
Yeah, the broadband.
It's really hard to
I'm
think
good
of
with it.
any of these numbers without having
I still
Detail.
think
the details.
money trail.
So what you're asking is if these are the things we have details on, I mean,
Yes,
Right.
that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
What do you want us to drill down on?
I say, why don't you get the staff going and drill down into these projects with the numbers that you've posted, and let's see if it's in the range of reality.
I think the most important thing up there is the broadband, you know? I'm living that dream, you know, I have nothing.
Well, if you wouldn't try to get your computer running the cellar.
I went out in the barn the other day, didn't work there either.
Maybe you need to move.
I'd love to move.
Houses for sale.
Go tell my wife, I'd love to move, I'd move in a heartbeat.
Why don't we take these numbers, let's see what we can get done with $1.5 million for broadband, what we can get done for $1.5 million for trails. If that's enough, I don't remember, what was his dream number the last time we met with Herb Brandt? Herb Brandt gave us.
Railroad?
Yeah,
I thought
dream,
their written proposal was $4.5 million, right?
Really? I don't remember.
is that what it was?
To acquire all rails
All
that they
of them,
own in
yeah.
Lewis County. It was like 4.5 or 4.7.
If we had negotiated who gets the track and who can repossess
No.
it, there's a few $1 million worth of track.
Right.
There's some assets there.
My recollection from going around for years and years and years is $400,000 to $500,000 is a realistic number. but-
Well, it's assessed for $450,000 total.
Well, I think that's,
And
reduce that to 200,000.
Net of the steel, as Dick mentioned.
Why don't we get back and engage again, because some of us were at one time in that with the railroad.
Still have, I have a folder in it, in the office.
Yeah.
Ryan's got one too. Eric's got one, we've been working on it for 20 years.
Just a couple of comments. I mean, I think where you were just going, I mean, I think to give Ryan direction with those concepts, those areas to focus on, start with those dollar amounts. Ryan might disagree, but those dollar amounts can change
Oh, yeah.
as time goes on. And I think he commented, and I would add, don't I mean, do think about that we have a healthy financial situation, and maybe we can supplement that beyond just the stimulus funds. So as this develops, if it makes sense to add to that, consider doing that.
I would add, if I would take $1 million right off the top, just from our excess sales tax last year, whatever you want to call it, and double that property cleanup fund. We've got plenty of work to do on that front. And I think that's something we've all been rather enthusiastic about.
Why don't we put some prioritization to that, just to see where the board as a whole has, and that'll help a little bit. If we have to take money out of one, take it out of a lower priority and a higher priority, and give us something down the road.
Sure. So we could send out a little survey monkey thing and see kind of where people's thoughts are on that. But I think Larry's given, some good direction here to, it's okay for us to spend some time getting into the nitty gritty on some of this stuff. And if the numbers change, they change. If the priorities, need to be adjusted, so be it. But, we need to at least have a plan of how we're gonna attack this, and we need to do it fairly soon. NISAC's got a webinar coming up on kind of so far what the feds have put out for rules for the stimulus,
So, everybody should be happy, because thanks to Caitlin, we're short. That only
That
comes to
doesn't equal
4.6.
0.1.
It doesn't?
No.
3,
Oh my
4,
God.
5.
So we got more money right
You got
there.
another.
Put it
That's
on
good.
this, put it on the property cleanup.
No, no, let's go child
care.
care.
You said big picture, this isn't fine detail.
4, 5. Oh, you're right.
It's like
It
4.6
did,
million.
I adjusted it this morning, and I was obviously going too fast.
So you're missing 500,000.
Figure stuff.
Hey, there's your extra 500 for broadband, extra 500
There you
for drive.
We split it between broadband and recreation.
There you go.
I'm like, this is not like, it's like.
3, 4, 4.5, 4.6.
Stay in HR.
Just by half a mile.
I do a lot
Easy
of
come,
that.
easy go.
Boy,
Better than over.
you don't have a calculator in your office?
It's written
Oh, that's right,
correctly.
it's on the board. You
It's
want-
written correctly on my board. It's written in.
It's up in the lower right-hand corner.
You like the rest of them. Can you balance a checkbook?
Ryan was just saving.
No, they didn't
himself some
teach
money,
that.
so he
Yeah,
has to
yeah,
pay
yeah.
later.
What's it?
All right, so what is the direction here? Do you want to take these numbers and try to flesh it out and get some detail on them as it's presented here?
Although we want the right number. What are we doing with a $500,000, Larry? That he's off
I
by.
can take the ideas, I mean, if broadband, if they look into it and they say we're going to need 3,
That's the point I'm trying to get.
Yeah,
at.
yeah, so-
What is a realistic number, Brandon? Ryan just threw mud on the wall and.
yes, I want the real numbers, I guess I want them to dive into these.
Some of them are gonna take time.
Yeah.
Broadband is gonna take time to know how much that is. The rest of them are really more priorities. We know how
That's why
much
we gotta
child
be working on
care
it.
is gonna
It takes
cost.
time.
The broadband is one that is an unknown, but the rest is really a board priority allocation. What do you wanna put money towards?
Well, the broadband one is one where it's gonna take several years.
Right. So
It's
is
not gonna happen
so is the
overnight.
trail.
And there might be state funding that goes
Right.
along with that, so.
All right,
That
well, I
might be-
think
that might be helpful for Ron. Does Copenhagen have?
Copenhagen's got everything you'd want,
Except broadband.
yeah.
No, they have
Well, there's a
broadband.
couple of things.
Denmark doesn't have it though, right, Ron?
Copenhagen doesn't have.
I live in Denmark.
That's why I said
But
you
they
don't have
can
it.
see, they said that they can put antennas up.
But Copenhagen does have a huge.
Get it around the surrounding community.
Free antenna.
All right, move
I got an
along
idea,
here.
let's take $1,000, the first $1,000 and fix the big picture thing.
Fix the clicker.
All right, I've got enough info to move forward. This is going to be a lot that's gonna dominate this committee over the next few months. You gotta figure out how to pay for this project. You gotta figure out how to make, pay for solid waste, and we've gotta spend the stimulus, so it's gonna be more to come.
Good. Thank you for taking longer than you were allotted.
Yeah, like half an hour.
Before we get into dockets, I think Jake had a little bit of something he'd like to say to us.
I wanna go home.
I will stay under 5 minutes.
It's a topic about DMV, so.
Yep. So, well, I wanted to present, and it didn't make its way through pre-agenda, it would be, with your guys' permission of committee, would be a late resolution for the board meeting, is that, I've been in contact with, ICU Security and Private Investigation, they're the same company that is contracting with DSS. And I would like to present the possibility of bringing in a security guard down at the Department of Motor Vehicles for the staff down there.
Are there issues that we should know about?
There's been ongoing issues there. I mean, there's issues, period. I mean, the first thing, the hardest thing is the residents, and you guys have probably heard some complaints. Residents are not taking well to appointments at all, okay? I know there's probably individuals out there that like the appointments, but to be honest with you, on a public standpoint, and a public officer, I've heard this many complaints, and I've heard this many compliments. Basically, my day consists of basically residents just calling and complaining about the appointments. While we were about 2 weeks scheduled out, people were okay with it, but to be honest, right now, we are scheduled out May 10th, which in big picture with surrounding counties, we're actually doing quite well. We're actually 3 weeks ahead of other counties surrounding us. But what's happened, and you can see it, you can see it in my staff, but you can see it in the public, is that people are just tired of COVID. You know what I mean? And they are just, everything is just pent up, and nobody likes the DMV to begin with. And then they go to the DMV, and you tell them, guess what, you did your paperwork wrong, then that is just a powder keg for them to unload on the staff. And basically, I'm to the point of, where do we want to draw the line? Me as a department head and us as a county, where do we want to draw a line of what is acceptable behavior to treat a county employee? Is it acceptable to call a county employee a name that I can't repeat here on film? Or is it acceptable to take your papers and throw it in the county employee's face? Where is the acceptability? Now, when I am able to go down to the DMV, the staff will admit that the demeanor changes, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's just because there's a different presence down there and it's not all female staff, but it changes. But unfortunately, I can't devote 8 hours to sitting down at the DMV. So what I'm asking is for some sort of presence down there to give the girls or the staff down there a little bit more of a security blanket of letting people realize that we're gonna have zero tolerance, to acting up at the DMV.
So are you looking at this as a temporary or as a permanent?
Yeah, it does. It saddens me that I even have to.
I can understand it until this COVID situation.
So what I'm hoping for is it's gonna be temporary until at least, they lift restrictions, and maybe a little while after that to let, people filter through,
Because the number system was working great.
What's that?
You go in, pull the number, and you're guaranteed this is.
Yep.
And yeah, people make mistakes on their, but those girls down there, I've been in there several times, they're all great. They're very pleasant. Even if you make a mistake, they're not like, wow, you gotta come back in 2 weeks, it wouldn't be that way. You go in, fix it, come back,
Do you have cameras down there and stuff?
Yep, so we have cameras down there, and we do have panic buttons.
Where are the cameras showing us?
The cameras just show the residents outside, or the customers outside, the staff
The type of incidents that you're
inside.
talking to, Jake.
What's that?
The type of incidents, the throwing the papers and calling names and stuff. What do the cameras show us? How many instances a day? Or
The cameras would if we could go back. How many days can
They
you
can
go?
go back 30 days. Unfortunately, they don't have sound.
Sounds like it's
What do you see by action?
Yeah, we're screamed at. It's slowly gotten worse over the past probably 6 months. Every day, there's something every day, usually.
Jake, you had the police down there last week. What were they down there for?
What do we have someone down for?
Last week, I think they were just,
Oh.
I don't think it was for anything else. But usually when they are called, it's because the last time they were called, they were screaming and swearing at us, and someone reached over the counter and at an employee, and we've had incidents where they stated they wish they had a gun. So it's getting worse because of the restrictions and like Jake said, nobody wants to come see us at the DMV anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, my goal is we're going into May, and traditionally May is, well, April, May, June are our busiest months. The head of it is the week before Memorial Day, because as much as I've promoted, get your toys, on the road and everything, people will wait till the last minute, and Memorial Day is the official kickoff of the summer. So what I can see is, as much as I can look into the hourglass, I'm seeing everything building. It's just, it's time that, I just present to you guys to try to intervene to see if we can do a little something for the staff down there and for the public. I mean,
And you were also thinking of not doing away with appointments, but having more of a walk-in type.
Yep, so what I want to do is I want to try to get the DMV to transition back to what you were talking with the hold number. Now, while we're under restrictions, that's going to be a little more difficult because traditionally the waiting room can hold 22. With COVID restrictions, I can hold 5. But we have different plans in place to be able to not have residents necessarily waiting outside in the weather, but to be able to have a controlled, safe opening where, people would be in the waiting room and people would be getting called in, but it would be on a same day walk-in, walk-up basis versus your appointment system.
Well, they're driving down there, so they got a vehicle that
You can sit in.
climate control, they could stay too on a
Yeah.
bad weather day or something.
Yep.
There's restaurants that are doing that.
Numbers.
What's that?
There's restaurants that are
we
doing
prefer
that.
a staff.
You gotta wait in the car until you can call.
If you can
Then you
fit more
go
of
in.
it, we.
A doctor's office.
Yeah, doctor's offices.
Right, and like I said, we have, 3 or 4 different plans in place depending on, not quite how we want to do it. I mean, it would be great if someone would pull up with a car and be able to call a phone number, kind of like something in the countryside, but what we have proven with the appointment line, with the cell phone line, is as soon as that phone number gets out, all of a sudden that phone number just gets wasted because, you answer the phone, you're like, appointment line, no, I just have a question. You know what I mean? And the same thing would happen with like a call-up cell phone, so, they would, So, but the biggest thing, what I'm saying is, it's just the nature and everything of everybody just being cooped up for the last year that just the number of instances and the way the staff has been treating them. It's not, the staff have acted any different or anything like that, it's the state we're in right now.
What's the cost of PSS? Anybody know for a year?
Well, I have here, I forwarded it to Joan, I haven't had time to get it out, but I talked to ICU and at an estimated 40 hours a week for an unarmed security guard, it would be roughly $1,300 a week. Or $32.50 an hour, and reason it's
He has to
$32.50
pay
an hour,
prevailing wage.
it's
Yeah.
prevailing wage, thank you.
Why don't we try 6 months? See what happens and then reassess.
We don't need to put
in
that
situation, let's do it. Yeah.
I don't see why we need to put a time, I'd say until Jake comes back after COVID's over.
The only reason I said that is so we revisit it, something.
Once COVID's over, I think that go back to the ticket, they're gonna be great.
And I think, once COVID's over, we should be able to get rid of that,
Absolutely, we would like nothing more than to go back to our.
Yeah,
ticket
that's
system.
what, that was
And honestly, when the security guard's down there, we may have like a hybrid ticket system.
Yeah.
You borrow my gun.
I just wanna need a
I
gun.
didn't mean to cancel it in 6 months.
Ask about
Right, great.
Look
the
at-
school resource
If
officers,
it's needed, make it longer.
if that,
Oh, absolutely.
We don't have one.
Yeah.
I'll second that. Okay. Did you make that?
Oh, he's not the finance committee.
But I can't make it.
Jerry, I'll make
I
the
still
motion.
have one question. I mean, we're gonna send
I'll second it.
someone
Was it?
down. I
Let 'em
think
hire
we
you.
gotta-
Yeah, I'm all
Take
for
your
that.
mask off.
Prosecute if it justifies it. Are people being abused? I don't care where it is. It started before. We don't do anything about it when people threaten our employees. And I think it ought to be tagged with this. In other words, somebody comes down there and abuses our employees or threatens them. We ought to do what we can do.
Well, that's why I was asking about the cameras, because now we got evidence and you're right.
Well, they got cameras thrown,
Yeah.
and you do depositions too, and how many witnesses you got down there.
Yeah.
I mean, I support it 100% like that, But
I think
on the
you got
same
it.
aspect, we shouldn't be playing the game.
No.
Someone's gonna get it.
Lisa had a question also.
Oh, well, I just didn't know about the school resource officer, if that was something that could be utilized. Or if they're all,
Once school goes back though, then what do you do?
well, I would mean so that we could get someone there.
But we're trying to get them to do parks.
Yeah, they're supposed to be on the trails during the summer games.
So did we have did you want to make a motion on this thing?
Yeah, I'll make a motion
Get
to,
out of here.
I'll second it.
To hire it?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Okay, we
just
got a
one question.
motion.
So the motion is to contract with this company. Is there a time limit on it or no?
I like Dick's idea, 6 months and then,
Okay.
that gives us,
And then,
At least give it a try, 6 months.
Yeah, just revisit it and adjust.
Okay, so there's a motion.
I'll prepare a resolution to be back
No job for
for
me.
meeting, so it'll be in there as a regular contract.
All right.
Read out the bill.
It's got to go to the board.
Some ugly
And-
guy.
And we have a motion by Craig, and a second, I think, by Phil.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that it through here.
Yes, I'm not on the committee.
Either one? Well, yes,
She's gonna be the guard.
Any further discussion at this point? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Joan will prepare a
A resolution for the packet. for the board.
resolution for the contract. Thank you.
You said it was gonna be short.
He was pretty short. Well, Phil made it a lot longer.
Sharon?
No, not yet. We gotta go through the resolution, just say aye over the next
Okay,
5 minutes.
Okay.
okay.
So the first one is resolution adopting the Lewis County Title VI program plan and designating Human Resources Director, Personnel Officer Caitlin Smith as Title VI Coordinator for Lewis County.
Congratulations.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carried.
Resolution authorizing license agreement between Dynatech Services and the County of Lewis for the county's Office 365 account and email system commencing June 1st, 2021 with monthly flexibility in removing or adding users.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carried.
Resolution adopting policy and procedure for authorization, execution, and notice of agreements costing $5,000 or less.
Questions or discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carried.
Resolution to appoint Randall Shell of Wabble, New York as a member of the North Country Home Consortium Board effective May 5th, 2021 through May 5th, 2024.
Questions or discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carried.
Resolution establishing standard workdays for elected and appointed officials and reporting the day's work to the New York State and local employees retirement system.
Questions or discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carried.
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to District Attorney Office to create one full-time senior assistant district attorney, grade 2.
This is the one that came through from.
Yes, the next couple are the ones that come.
Questions or comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to the Planning Department to create one full-time community development program specialist position, grade 30, to be grant funded through December 31st, 2022.
Questions or comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Resolution amending compensation plan of the County of Lewis with reference to the Public Health Department to abolish one full-time public health nurse position, grade 35, and create one per diem registered nurse position, grade 33. Correct.
Questions or comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion carried.
And then we have a motion to authorize County Clerk Jake Mosier to refill one full-time deputy clerk position due to impending retirement.
I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Aye. Yes.
And then we have one more motion. It's a motion to authorize Human Resources Director Caitlin Smith and Community Services Director Patricia Freilich to refill one full-time administrative assistant position effective immediately.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Got any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I do have one more thing, if I could have a minute. I swear it'll be a minute. Is that okay?
You can't start.
There was an email that went out about purchasing iPads for the legislators. I know some of you had questions. I feel like we've pretty much answered all the questions. So is it okay to go ahead and proceed with that purchase?
For me.
Motion that we upgrade.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'll make a motion that we upgrade the recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
perfect.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Carried.
I think we have to agree on it here now. Because I think I'll say one again.
All set. I'll need a motion to adjourn.
Anything else?
Ron, second. Greg.
Gonna make that? Gonna make it home?